Hey you guys, welcome along to round 10 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship. It's the world's only all-electric, fully autonomous racing series, and it's coming to you live from Las Vegas. I'm Matt Roberts. I'm not in Las Vegas, unfortunately, but Corey Yarkin is. She's trackside for us. How's it going over there today, Corey?
Yeah, so far so good. It's a beautiful day here in Las Vegas. It's not quite as hot as yesterday, but interestingly enough, it is a tad more windy. Might even be like 30-mile-per-hour winds today, so it'll be interesting to see if it has any effect on anyone's hair, really. But no, it's going to be a great day. We're excited for round 10.
Well, that's one thing about driverless cars, is that nobody has to worry about getting their hair blown out of shape. Unlike you last time, actually, so stay away from that roof. Stay where you are. Okay, so just 24 hours ago, we completed round 9 of Season Beta, and as usual in Roborace, we had a few surprises. So if you missed it, here's a quick recap of yesterday's action.
Well, it's another exciting day of autonomous racing.
We're at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
MIT have actually used this first run to get an idea of the performance of the ghost car. Oh no, that's another ghost car hit by MIT. Oh, something's not quite right there. No, it's stopped completely. Rival Racing are over the line. Well, it's learned from that first mistake and made a clean overtake this time. That is a phenomenal performance from Acronis SIT Autonomous. That's the best time of the day so far.
Anything can happen here on the track.
Autonomous Racing Graz are underway. And ARG crossed the line. That's the fastest elapsed time of the day so far, but the penalties are going to knock them down to second place. Oh no, they just clipped it. They'd almost made the pass there. And PoliMOVE have done it. Second place. What an amazing result for only their second mission.
Really, really good job. And the check is in the mail, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, so there you go. The weird and wonderful world of Roborace got even more weird and even more wonderful yesterday. SIT, the stars of the show, really. No massive surprise there as they continue their great form. But PoliMOVE, our newest team, having only joined a month ago, taking second place. That was pretty incredible. What did you make of it all, Corey?
Yeah, I mean, again, super impressive by PoliMOVE. I don't think anyone was really expecting that result from them. We've been expecting big things from them because they've been very fast, but this is only their third race, or yesterday was, and so for them to come in second place was really phenomenal. All the teams did great, and it was really interesting to see everyone's different strategies with the ghost cars, and will be even more interesting to see how they tweak things for today.
Yeah, exactly. Going to be interesting to see how everybody tweaks things for today. It's round 10, of course, of Season Beta. We're continuing our redesign of the traditional motorsport scenario through the metaverse and live music as well. If you missed round 9 on the show today, we're going to have a live DJ, Misha Grigoriev, who's following all the action as it happens and creating a custom music scape for Roborace fans. And I thought this really worked yesterday, as Misha was really able to react to the race action almost instantly, following the mood, and it really brought a totally different kind of musical feel that you and I would normally get, Corey, when we're working on traditional sports shows.
Yeah, absolutely. It was super fun. And, you know, he wasn't the only musical artist here. We had 4 special artists as well who are, again, joining us today. KP Transmission, Tate, DJ Kassir, and Moa Pillar will be with us again. But what's extra interesting about that for Mission 4, those 4 live artists have now been made into their own avatars who are the drivers of our ghost cars. It's super fun, and maybe we'll just, you know, introduce you to them officially now. So let's start with car number 1. Car number 1 is a rocket called Zemya, ridden by Moa Pillar. Super rock and roll. Love it. That hairdo. Okay, car number 2, Dosh. Looks kind of like a Star Wars pod race and is driven by our resident musician. Car number 3 isn't a car at all, but the star of the show from yesterday, a dolphin called Aquatube who likes wet conditions, eating fish, and being sat on by DJ Kassir. And last but not least, car number 4, KP Transmission driving Drosera, who's one of the fastest metaverse vehicles on track and apparently won a fancy dress competition back in the day dressed as a magnet. So celebrities amongst us, apparently.
Kind of weird fancy dress competition was that? Okay, round 10 obviously is going to continue the madness from round 9 yesterday, and there's plenty more to come in 2021 as well. Here's how the rest of season beta shapes up. Obviously round 9 yesterday, round 10 today, that's mission 4. Mission 5 is taking place in mid-June. The mission 6 is in mid-July before mission 7 at the end of August. And who knows what the metaverse will look like? Who knows what the world will look like by the time we get to mission 8 in early October? And as for the schedule for today, for round 10, well, it's effectively a reverse of yesterday's lineup. So PoliMOVE, who went last yesterday, they go first today. Their run is coming up in just over 10 minutes time. And then every hour, at 40 minutes past the hour, we will have successive runs from the rest of the teams, rounded off with MIT Driverless.
All right, well, that's going to be exciting. And after round 9 yesterday, there was plenty of movement on the championship table.
Yeah, there you have it. Extending the lead at the top is Acronis SIT. They're now on 6,500 points. They're not going to be easy to catch, but still a long way to go in this championship. And after some strong performances recently, ARG up to joint second with Arrival Racing.
In third place, MIT now take that spot, and they're just 500 points behind.
Yeah, Pisa just hanging on in there, but coming under pressure, I would say, Corey, now from their fellow Italians.
Yeah, absolutely. Our newest team is in last, but don't count them out. PoliMOVE just on 1,700 points right now. Again, seems far behind the front leaders, but amazing to think that they've accumulated that many championship points in just 3 races, and they were second yesterday. So big things coming from PoliMOVE.
PoliMOVE on the move then. That's how things sit going into round 10, which, as I said before, is taking place once more at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the home of Roborace, of course. If you've never been, if you've not seen our output yet, then it's a really cool track. Here's a look.
Sits the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, a state-of-the-art racetrack that hosts everything from NASCAR to the NHRA World Series. And now, Roborace. The season beta championship continues on the outside road course. This 1.8-kilometer track features 14 demanding turns that are sure to push each team to the limit. The start line sits on the track's longest straight, so the teams get an immediate chance to build some speed. Turn 1 is a fast right-hand kink. Turns 2 and 3 are typical of this complex and challenging racetrack. Closely packed together, alternating turns that will punish any cars that drift offline. Turn 4 is one of the longest on track, a seemingly endless left-hander that requires cars to stay tight to the inside line. Turn 5 is another switchback, this time heading right. The exit of 5 is vital, as it's here where teams can once again build some serious momentum. If the ADS perfectly balances its position and speed, turns 6 and 7 can be taken in almost a straight line. Out wide for turn 8 and hard on the power through 9. Turns 10 and 11 and then 12 and 13 form a tricky complex, rewarding the best line with a high-speed lunge towards turn 14. As the teams exit, they are once again facing the longest straight on track, so it's hard on the power and across the line.
There you go. So you've seen them on the championship board already, but for all of our new fans out there not familiar with the teams, here's how they line up.
In season
From the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States, it's MIT Driverless. Arrival creates sustainable commercial electric vehicles, and their race team will be hoping to also make a radical impact once again on track today. From Switzerland, our current championship leaders, Acronis, SIT, Autonomous. From the University of Pisa's Research Centre, this is Team Pisa. And from the Graz University of Technology, now second place in the championship for Autonomous Racing Graz. And finally, the most recent addition to the grid in Roborace is Italy's PoliMOVE.
And now one of the key things around Roborace is our metaverse. Originally, it was just pretty much a simple virtual reality situation. We had red brick walls up on the track that the cars had to weave around. But now it is morphed into so much more, including the ghost cars, which I introduced to you a few minutes ago, and that debuted yesterday for round 9. And if you are new to Roborace and have no idea what I'm talking about, check this out.
In Season Beta, Roborace has the ability to create virtual objects, events, and conditions on track. The teams code the real-life autonomous electric racing car, known as DevBot 2.0, in an attempt to post the fastest time whilst adjusting to these mixed reality elements that are positioned onto the circuit. With sustainability always in mind, Roborace's recycling facility allows the metaverse objects to be reused in many different ways per event. It all starts before an event when the Roborace team design a mission plan that includes the race format and the visuals of the metaverse objects. Every mission has a new set of metaverse elements to keep the teams under pressure. One significant challenge for them is that the object awareness range is only 100 meters. Beyond that, the track appears clear. It is only once the car approaches and triggers the metaverse that they finally see any object's position and behavior. The self-driving AI then has just seconds to react after the object appears, and mistakes are costly, as each team has only 2 attempts with the DevBot. The first attempt is rarely the fastest, as the AI learns and calculates the most efficient and effective lap route. But that means there's no margin for error come the second and final attempt, as the teams can only hold their breath as the DevBot launches off the line. The teams are able to collect loot objects that can have a positive effect on their lap time, but must be equally careful not to hit any obstacles that will punish them. For spectators and online viewers, this is as close to real-life Mario Kart as you can get.
So the metaverse has really been evolving quickly since the start of season beta, and yesterday in round 9 we saw the arrival for the first time of our new ghost cars. Rivalrace is out on track that the AIs had to contend with, race against and overtake. Here's a closer look at exactly how they work.
Robots Racing Wheel to Wheel takes another giant step forward with the release of the Metaverse Ghost Car update. Anyone familiar with racing games will understand the role of a traditional ghost car. They can provide a visual marker for your lap time and give you a target to overtake. At Roborace, the ghost cars can be less helpful. Our semi-transparent competitors are born in the metaverse, a place where good things are really very good, but bad things are very, very bad. There are 4 different types of ghost car, and all must be taken deadly seriously. These ghost racers will be lapping the track at speed, taking racing lines, and must be avoided by the DevBot 2.0 at all costs, as collisions with them will incur heavy penalties. The good news is every successful overtake will reward the team with a bonus. As far as the racing AIs are concerned, these ghost cars are as real as you or me. And that's the key to this level of the metaverse. If they can race ghost cars, they can race with each other. It's time to make motorsport history.
Not long now before our first team is out on track, so let's take a quick look at them. Here is PoliMOVE.
PoliMOVE are part of the MOVE research team at the Polytechnic of Milan, Italy's largest school of architecture, design, and engineering. MOVE are one of the leading international groups in the field of vehicle control and will be hoping to utilize their extensive skills in automation to make their mark in Roborace Season Beta. They joined in time for Mission 3.1 and will be hoping to change the status quo in the remainder of the season. Is it too late for PoliMOVE to surge up the leaderboard? Let's find out.
So really quick time for a chat with Gianluca Papa from the team, who we spoke to yesterday. And Gianluca, you guys were the surprise package in lots of ways yesterday, but you told us that you had room for improvement today. What's the plan?
Yeah, that's true. And the plan is to do what we didn't manage to do yesterday, that is to complete the overtake in a clear way. So today we're gonna aim for that. And yeah, that's our only and main objective for today. We also analyzed the data from yesterday and managed to solve the little issue with the braking system. So today we should be safer, and that's it. Those are the two objectives for today.
And how about the positives? What did you take from yesterday that you were happy with?
Oh, I mean, of course, we are happy with the fact that the code, the algorithm, even though we didn't manage to test it quite extensively in the real world, did what we expected. So it didn't go through overtake unless you had the 100% certainty of success without hitting the obstacle. So this is what we took from yesterday. But still, when I meant there is room for improvement, it's because we could leverage a bit some parameter for today and see if in the end this would get us to the complete and the final overtake. That's the target.
We're really excited. Well, hey, listen, if you can hit that target, then it's going to be a really competitive effort, because we saw the pace that you guys have yesterday. So you're not that far off, I'm sure. So, Gianluca, good luck. We're really looking forward to seeing this. We're loving what you're bringing to Roborace so far.
Thank you, Matthew.
Wish you the best of luck today.
Thanks a lot. See you later.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, so as Gianluca and his team at PoliMOVE are getting ready to start round 10, I'm here with Andy McEwen, our commentator. Now, PoliMOVE was such a surprising team yesterday, and overall, really, what are you hoping to see from them today?
Well, a win, really, I suppose. They've had a fourth, a third, a second. So if you carry on that run, they should win today, but that's going to be a lot easier said than done. SIT are going to be tough to beat if they come back again in round 10, the way in which they performed in round 9. But regardless of what they can achieve today, PoliMOVE have been incredible on their debut. Remember, this is only their 4th day of competition in season beta, whereas for all of the other teams, it's their 10th round of the championship. So for them to be already on the podium, not just on the podium, but second place yesterday, is absolutely incredible. And what I really like about them is that they're really ambitious as well. They said right off the bat yesterday they wanted to attempt these clean overtakes. That's what Gianluca was saying. You know, you would forgive them for being a little bit more cautious, perhaps, on their first ever sort of attempt at negotiating these ghost cars. But no, they said they wanted to execute clean overtakes. Didn't quite manage that, but also they did succeed in avoiding the ghost car, so they had a completely clean run yesterday, which allowed them to set the second fastest time. And as we covered yesterday, for what it's worth, they have already moved out of last place in the points, because technically they've moved ahead of CMU now, Carnegie Mellon University. They're on 1,700 points, scoring their podium points, if you like, yesterday. So there is the car in the pits underneath the pit awning. The Roborace team just making their final checks, and this team that had such a strong debut a few weeks ago here at Las Vegas, on how they're looking to try and make that next step forward. The DevBot 2.0 looking good in the sunshine, but you can see a bit of evidence already there, can't you, on that shot of the slight increase in wind that Corey was talking earlier on. Now that can have an effect. These cars run with quite a lot of downforce. Obviously, you've got that big rear wing at the back. You've got the front splitter there. You can see in all of the front aero work. There's aero down the side of the car as well. And that wind, even at relatively low speed, can unstable the car. And if you're a professional racing driver, that's hard enough to deal with. But when you are an AI driver and you can't use that sort of seat of your pants reaction, the instinct that a professional racing driver has to react to these sort of things, that can be tricky. We sort of saw a rival, didn't we, yesterday, when they had their spin get caught out by maybe some slight track conditions, and now with this increase in wind, that is only going to make life harder. 17.5 minutes then on the clock. Remember, as long as they start their 4-lap run, they will be within the 20-minute window, then it will count, and they get a maximum of 2 attempts. So if it all goes wrong, if they go off, if they stop, or if they just realise they're not going quick enough, they do have the option of aborting their first run and trying again. And as long as they start their first lap before the 20 minutes elapses, then count. PoliMOVE did have their first sort of slight issue yesterday, didn't they? Which I suppose was always going to happen after such a strong debut, but it was a minor problem. And on their second attempt, as I said, they were able to set the second fastest. And looking at their stats yesterday, PoliMOVE were the only team that didn't actually pick up any penalties yesterday. So 0 seconds of penalties, 0 bonuses either. They were right up there as speed was concerned. Their clear time was the 4th fastest clear time. But that was another interesting point out of yesterday. It wasn't necessarily the teams that were completing the 4 laps the most quickly. They weren't necessarily the ones that were scoring the best results. It was actually the teams that were going a bit slower and scoring better out of the metaverse. They were the ones that were up there scoring the big points, such as PoliMOVE and, of course, Acronis SIT as well. Their clear time, though, for reference yesterday, was a 6 minutes 2.3, so that's going to be their target, first and foremost, to go a bit quicker than yesterday. And let's also wait and see if they can maybe execute a few more overtakes as well along the way. So the car then will shortly go into fully autonomous mode. It sits there in human mode for a little while on the grid, and once the track is clear, once the safety drivers disappear in the safety car, then they will be able to switch the car into autonomous mode, and off it will go. Now you can see the safety driver moves out of the way in the not production level Mercedes G-Wagon. I know G-Wagons are good off-roaders, but I do suspect the suspension and tyres have been tweaked slightly on that example. A pretty formidable looking car, though, here in the deserts of Las Vegas. Team PoliMOVE then, the nerves, I'm sure, starting to rise back at base, although there is no base really. All of these teams working remotely, none of them are at the track, and none of them are really at the same place as each other either, partly because of the current situation with the pandemic, and also just logistically, because often members of the team don't live even in the same country as each other, so they are all working very much remotely at the moment. On the line, the track has been cleared, ready to go racing almost here then in round number 10, mission 4.0 of season beta for Roborace, and it is Team PoliMOVE who will be the first team then to set the benchmark time as they were yesterday. Let's see what they can do. In fact, they weren't the first out yesterday, were they? They've moved the order around. MIT were the first team out yesterday. So slightly different running order. It shouldn't make a huge amount of difference. The track won't get quicker as such throughout the day. The only time that really the running order should have much of an effect is if we were to have some adverse weather, some rain or something. But that, you'd have to say, is relatively unlikely here in Nevada, although not unheard of. A sandstorm the first time we were here a month and a half or so ago. Picture perfect conditions though at the moment as the PoliMOVE car continues to sit in the staging area. Just as I start to worry about it, it accelerates off the line and we are underway then. So PoliMOVE onto their first lap. 4 laps the distance that has to be covered, and they will have plenty of opportunities to collect loot. You can see the yellow and pink items there are the loot, and there you can see the first of the ghost cars. PoliMOVE again just sort of sitting behind it. Now, are they going to go for the overtake this time? They're just following it through the first sequence of corners. Eventually that ghost car will disappear and the car can go through, and that should happen any time now as they come out of that corner. And I think it has now disappeared. Yes, the car can accelerate. The trouble is you don't get your bonus time unless you overtake it before it disappears. So sitting and waiting isn't necessarily the best way of doing this. Remember, you get a 30-second penalty if you hit the ghost car, but you get a 20-second bonus if you successfully pass it. So we saw a few teams simply driving through the ghost cars yesterday. They do still get the 20 seconds, but they also get the 30-second penalty. So it's a net penalty essentially of 10 seconds if you hit it and then overtake it. But simply sitting behind it until it vanishes will get you absolutely no bonuses or penalties at all. Looks as though the ghost cars are appearing in different places as well today, because there was one through that final chicane yesterday for each of the teams, just to keep them all on their toes. They're popping up at different parts of the circuit, allowing the team then at full pace through that chicane, at least on this first lap. Let's see if that's always going to be the case. First lap then in the books, just over a minute, and unfortunately the time has stopped on our screen, so we'll try and get that refreshed for you so we can get a proper readout of what their time is at the end of the 4th lap, which is when it all counts, of course. It's all well and good setting one quick lap, but you've got to be able to consistently do that over the entire sort of 5, 6, 7 minutes, however long you're out there. And PoliMOVE were pretty good at it actually yesterday, as they were last time out here as well. They were very consistent. Each of their lap times was pretty similar to the others. No sign of ghost cars this time up through the first sequence of corners. Quick change of direction there, big bump as you go through that right-hander, and then the road opens out nicely as they go onto a slightly different part of this Las Vegas road course layout. Speed builds now down into this challenging chicane where the car goes left, it goes right, it goes left, it goes right again, and it really tightens up on the exit on the run into the final corner. This has been a quick lap this from Team PoliMOVE, second of our Italian teams racing in Roborace Season Beta. And the car comes out of that final corner then to complete its second lap. We are suspecting there might be a little bit of an issue here with the metaverse. Oh no, it's back again now. The ghost cars are once again appearing in front of have had a relatively unimpeded run on that second lap, but now they've got a bit of overtaking to do, and they're going to catch the ghost car, I think, at a different point. So might this enable them to actually make their first successful overtake of the event? Can't see, unfortunately, with the graphic not being there, but it did look as though it went through there without really slowing down too much. Takes a very strange line into the again, that almost certainly is because the metaverse is presenting itself to the AI driver. It's one of the quirks of Roborace that if you're just stood trackside or riding on board with the car, you don't see everything that the AI driver sees. Not registering any hits or overtakes at the moment, though. So I'm going to take that as good news for Team PoliMOVE, who are on their third lap, like the graphic says. And we are looking towards now their final lap, which will be starting very shortly. No major issues here, though, for Team PoliMOVE. Basically, Tecnico di Milan, university with about 42,000 students. It's a team, though, made up of 12 students, 12 PhD students anyway. And so not the biggest of teams, but they've certainly achieved a huge amount as they've made their debut in Roborace. So there goes the car, then up through the first few corners again on this final lap. Again, the metaverse not presenting itself. So now, if this is an issue with the metaverse, then they will obviously be allowed to reset and go again, but it happened as of yet, so it might just be that they're being a bit more lenient on them as far as the number of overtakes they have to make today. Either way, PoliMOVE have been able to once again start this lap without anything in their way, no objects to avoid, no loot to collect either, just flat out around the circuit, and it's actually quite nice to see the car going this quickly. There's the Dolphin though, its first appearance of the day, and again it's appearing a little bit later I think to the cars as it comes through that chicane. Really difficult to make an overtake through there because the track is just so narrow, but as they come into the final corner though, the Dolphin is getting in the way. Look, this happened yesterday, and they're going to have to follow it all the way through the final turn, heading towards the start-finish line to end their run, and provisionally then this will be the completion of their fourth lap and another successful run here this afternoon at Las Vegas. Car swerves, comes across the start-finish line. Team PoliMOVE have taken the checkered flag. So, unfortunately, I can't yet compare their clear time to the clear time from yesterday, but it looked as though that probably was going to be a bit quicker, if nothing else, because they had fewer of those, fewer of the obstacles to negotiate, whether by design or not.
Guys, we're going to bring the car back and try and get an update
certainly
on
a very different look to their run today.
Okay,
see if we can listen in on some of the team chat.
It was a really good performance. We definitely saw you overtake the car at least 3 times.
Yeah.
And the performance by following the car and the brakes and things was like hugely better. Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so guys, that run is not going to count. The activation of the ghost cars was incorrect, so we'll be giving you a full rerun of your session, the full 20 minutes and 2 attempts again.
Okay, hope it's going to go. the same for us.
Yes, hopefully. I mean, the performance looked really good. The following of the ghost car seemed perfect compared to yesterday. Like, you were kind of just coasting behind it and then accelerating a bit and coasting again, which is exactly what you should do. And then I saw 3 overtakes myself, so looks really good. So well done, guys. It's really good to see that sort of improvement overnight.
Okay, thank you.
So stand by. I'm not sure what the plan will be in terms of timings, but I'll let you know as soon as I find out.
Yeah, thank you. We're not going anywhere.
That's good.
I stopped the controllers now. They're still running.
That's okay. We'll be able to give you enough time to redeploy before the session starts. So.
Well, we don't have to redeploy. We just have to launch. Who knows? Thank you.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Twitch stanno condividendo tutta la... No, sto chiamata. Sì, vogliono sentirci. No, vabbè, ma non... Allora dobbiamo mutarci adesso, non divento maschio. Allora dobbiamo... Come ho fatto quando non sto diventando... Cosa ho fatto? No. Oh. No, facciamo così, round.
Okay, Matt. Wanted to check in with you guys to kind of give you an update on what's going on. Matt, you want to kind of give us a rundown of what just happened and what we're waiting for?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, Andy kind of called it in the commentary there, and it was quite clear, wasn't it, that there was an issue with the metaverse deployment. See metaverse. Whether or not the car could actually see the metaverse items, I'm not sure, but it looks like probably not. At the minute, the metaverse scientists are checking the logs, seeing exactly what went wrong there, and we believe that at this stage, Corey, the plan will be to reset the clock and to let PoliMOVE have another crack at it, which. You're right,
okay, good. I mean, it's only fair. I wasn't sure what was going on. I was watching live like everyone else, and it didn't seem like there were very many ghost cars out there at all. And then when the clock stopped, so you know, again, with so much technology all going at once, sometimes these things happen. But our metaverse scientists are hard at work getting it going. And I know I was listening in on PoliMOVE as well, and I think they were happy with how the run was going, but because it wasn't a real attempt, they're happy that they get to go again. But I'm sure if they could keep those results, whatever they wanted them. So.
Well, they've got a little bit of extra test there, a little bit of extra test time, a little bit of extra track time in the bank, haven't they? So who knows? Could work to their advantage, but certainly won't work to their disadvantage anyway. As long as it wasn't their fault, then Roborace will make sure they get a fair second crack of the whip. In the meantime, as we wait for that, we shall take a short break. Stay with us.
Ascolta, faccio come prima, chi sarà? No, mai usato.
Reasons that I just explained. So PoliMOVE, who they did encounter a couple of the ghost cars on that run. They didn't seem to be able to overtake them, but whether that's, you know, again, an issue from their end or possibly because of these metaverse issues, I just don't know. There are the team at base to talk through, to watch through the run, which should be imminently. Actually, they do have an advantage, don't they? A group of them there that are able to work together on one site. So that's the that is a positive for them. Let's see if they're able to use that and their experience from yesterday to maybe challenge for a victory this time out. The car then is into fully autonomous mode. Let's try this again, shall we? Take two for the PoliMOVE squad, who are looking maybe to try and challenge for that victory before much longer. I said yesterday it would be a big step up to challenge for a win today, having finished second yesterday. If any team out there is going to be able to take the fight to SIT over the remaining few rounds of the season, I would not be surprised at all if it is PoliMOVE, and certainly something I did not expect to be when we learned that they were season beta halfway through to go. So hopefully this will see the metaverse fully in action. Car into autonomous mode. Get ready then for liftoff for PoliMOVE. And off goes the Deadbot 2.0. Makes the hard right turn to get onto the correct line for turn number 1. And immediately you can see the loot, the yellow and pink loot items and the red floating ghost car. Now, are they going to be able to overtake it this time going through the first couple of corners? Doesn't look like they have to yet. Yesterday, really, and they did its time for successful overtake. Same thing happens again. Oh no, that was actually the worst possible outcome. So they accelerated a bit too early just before the ghost car. They ran into the back of it, and before they actually completed the ghost car van, they get the 30-second penalty, but they don't get the pay of the 20-second bonus for overtaking. That was a bit of a disaster that for PoliMOVE, who didn't have a single bit of contact out there yesterday. And sadly, at the very, very first corner, or first set of corners at least, they have managed to pick up a 30-second penalty. Right, they'll be hoping that the same doesn't happen here as they approach the second of the ghost cars through this tight little chicane. Is the part of the circuit that was catching a lot of teams out yesterday with the ghost cars, and you can see PoliMOVE definitely going for caution again, but they have pulled out to try and make the pass this time, and they've done it. PoliMOVE, well, that is a huge improvement from yesterday. They are able to make overtake through the chicane. Ironically, that's the harder of the two ghost cars on each lap to overtake, and they did that absolutely perfectly. They waited, they lost a bit of time, they were just waiting until it was 100% safe to get through. That's when Gianluca Papa was saying to Matt beforehand that they were not going to try for an overtake unless they were absolutely sure that it would be clean, and that is what happened. So can they now apply that to the Flying Dolphin through the first few corners? No, I think they're going to sit and wait on that one. It's a bit odd, really, because you've got this big straight coming out of turn 3 there, where you could pull out an overtake, and they've done the same again. Look, they keep clipping that ghost car through the first sector and not actually register takes. That's 60 seconds worth of penalties and only 20 seconds worth of overtakes. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen, that means that although they've only actually been out there for 2.25 minutes, the total time is closer to 3 minutes now with those penalties applied. Speed building once again. PoliMOVE are going to have to get a real wriggle on now to try and get themselves back into contention here. Out through the top part of the circuit again. More loot here to be collected. Now this is good. They can gain 2 seconds back for each loot item that they get. And also they have a chance here maybe to execute another overtake into the chicane, carrying some real speed into that sequence of corners, and then really slowing down as they come. More loot being collected. Can they make another overtake? They're going for it. They go around the outside, and yes, they've done it. They've got that one absolutely down, haven't they? So that was a much more successful lap that time, although they still got the hit at the start of the lap. They pick up another overtake and 10 seconds worth of loot. So that means that they're now a little bit closer to breaking even. They're only about 10 seconds down now once you apply the penalties. And that is a little bit more like it. Right, this is the one that they're struggling with through the first few corners. have to say, I don't really understand why, although if it starts zigging and zagging around like that, it will make life difficult. More loot picked up. I don't really understand why they're struggling to overtake this one. This, to my untrained eye at least, looks like the easier overtake to make. And again, they run into the back of the ghost car just the second before it disappears into its little wormhole, whatever that is that it vanishes down. And that means another 30 seconds get added on. They take a very strange lineup through the chicane. They were doing that yesterday too. Certainly not the sort of ideal racing line, but it seems to be working all right for them. And now it's imperative that they make this extra overtake now at the end of the lap, the one that they've managed on both of the previous laps. Can they do it again? Can they collect that bit of loot as well? They're not even going to try, are they? They're more focused on the ghost car, and rightly so, because that's worth 20 seconds just for one successful overtake, whereas the loot items are only 2 seconds each. So what they've been doing then is waiting till they're out of the left-hander, then the ghost car moves right, they move left, they hit the throttle, they go around the outside, and they overtake again. Fantastic stuff. A third overtake, and it really is a tale of two halves, this, isn't it? One of the ghost cars out there, they really seem able to work around. The other one is catching them out just by a fraction there. They're only just clipping this first ghost car through the first few corners. If they just hung back an extra half a second or so, they'd probably make the clean pass. It's the Dolphin that comes up in front of them now through turns 2 and 3. And down this short straight towards turn 4. Can they judge it a bit better this time? They could do with it, really, if they can, and then they can make another successful pass later in the lap. They could actually gain time rather than losing it. No, they've hit it again. They're just accelerating a bit too early, I think, aren't they? The car may be reacting or anticipating a bit too much in advance, rather than reacting to what the ghost car is actually doing. And again, they take that really odd line up through the top part of the circuit. Now, their clear time yesterday was 6 minutes 2, 6 minutes 2.3. The clear time, I remind you, is the bottom of the two times on your screen. The top time is their total time, and that is maybe going to be a bit higher than it was yesterday, just because they've got these 4 penalties, but they have at least been able to back it up with 3 overtakes, and hopefully a 4th one incoming now up through the final few corners. Let's see if they can do it again. They've done it spot on each of the first 3 laps, and it should be just rinse and repeat now. Yeah, round the outside, clean passes made, and that means that they are going to have 4 overtakes by the end of the run, 4 hits, 6 loot items. What does that mean for their time? The clear time yesterday was a 6 minutes 2. They're almost going to match that to the second, aren't they? This time across the line, it's a 6 minutes 6 minutes 3.8. So they're fractionally slower than yesterday. But because of those penalty seconds, they will lose a total of an extra 30. So around 6 minutes 31.32 is going to be the time.
Right, guys, well done.
And that will, well, if we put that into yesterday's table, that would have put them about 4th place, wouldn't it? But we'll see how everyone else gets on, of course, a bit later on today. Let's see what they've got to say about that.
You could go around the outside of the track there to overtake rather than follow. And then when it deactivates, there's some sort of weird movement where you go back onto racing line, I think.
Yeah, maybe we have to check that again. Actually, I think that it deactivates in the exact point when we want to start overtaking. But
yes, that's what I noticed from the first getting about that point, but it deactivates there.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, and maybe we hit it exactly in the same moment when it deactivates, so we don't even get the overtake bonus. So, well, we are happy anyway.
Yes, well, it's a good run. You overtook the ghost car at the turn 13 every lap, so that was very good.
Yeah,
so well done.
Yeah, we worked on that. Thank you.
So a successful run at last there for PoliMOVE. Doesn't look quite as quick as yesterday, but there was still a lot of positives to take out of that with those overtakes they were making. We'll have all of the reaction to PoliMOVE's second round of the week after this break.
Okay, well, as you can see, and you've probably heard, we've had a few issues and technical bugs for out here. So in the time, we're going to deliver you the first of our special musical performances for today. As we mentioned earlier, we have 4 incredible music artists joining us for today. The first breed of musicians to come on the show and celebrate Mission 4 with us, playing just for you, the hardcore fans at home. And we know you're the hardcore with us now, whilst we wait for the racing robot AIs to be transferred between the cars. Kicking us off is KP Transmission. Here she is, a virtual racer. She's been out on track so far this morning, frustrating Team PoliMOVE, and is now back in a real body to take us through to Team ARG's race attempt. This is KP Transmission. Also known as Drosera. amazing KP transmission. Make sure you check her out, cargocollective.com. Now then, apologies for the wait to come in as the scientists check the metaverse data from PoliMOVE's run, but certainly if you're a PoliMOVE fan, Corey, it's worth the wait because it's quite interesting what they've come up with. The 2-minute penalties that they were given for hitting ghost cars whilst overtaking have been removed. So those 4 overtakes stand, removing 2 minutes from their result time. And look at that, 4 minutes, 29.94 seconds. What a performance that is from PoliMOVE, and that sets the benchmark for today's racing. And that's not going to be an easy benchmark to hit for the rest of the teams. Fantastic stuff.
All right, now we're going to check in with Gianluca and Andrea Kassir. Hi, how are you guys?
Hi.
Well,
fine.
You must be feeling all the things right now.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been exciting over here to see your guys' progress, but also just from yesterday to today, even, what we saw, we weren't sure what we were seeing, and now that the results are in, to know that you got 0 hits. How were you able to do that in less than 24 hours? That's pretty incredible.
Oh, well,
you want to go?
Yeah, okay. Well, we worked a lot from yesterday race to improve our overtaking strategy, still keeping safety to avoid hits against the vehicles, and well, it seems that worked, so we are very satisfied from our overnight work.
Yeah, I don't think you guys got much sleep at all.
Just enough.
Good. Well, it seemed to have worked, and fixing that braking situation you had yesterday as well. So a lot was done today. So good job on that. And now it's looking like you guys are the team to beat. I mean, it must feel exciting to have made such amazing progress in such a short amount of time. So what are your goals moving forward?
I mean, the answer is the same. We need to improve ourselves. It's not over. There are five or 4 more events to the next season, and we want to get as ready as possible for it. So, we will adapt to the next challenge Roborace will propose to us, and we still feel there is a lot to improve.
Well, thanks for joining in with us today. We look forward to that improvement and what's to come from PoliMOVE's moves in the future. So see you in a few weeks. And thanks,
see you.
Guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Well, who not be speaking to that game before today, because we always have the winner into the like I said, it's possible that they've set the benchmark there, and really only Acronis SIT beat that benchmark yesterday. So let's see. Autonomous Racing Graz will be looking to do just that. They showed the potential for it today. This is one of our most competitive teams.
Following a spectacular season alpha, Team Autonomous Racing Graz returned to the Roborace Championship for season beta. They proved themselves one of the top-tier competitors during the 2019 championship, setting very fast times at multiple racetracks and demonstrating how to achieve the best from a dev bot, regardless of wet weather or difficult conditions. With an experienced team and aggressive AI driver, Team ARG are always in the fight.
Tobias Renzler joins me again from Autonomous Racing Graz. Hey Tobias, good to see you. Sorry for the wait. Obviously we had some metaverse issues there with Team PoliMOVE, but they set one heck of a time today. And actually yesterday you guys were also really close to really challenging for the win. How confident are you can make that step today?
Yeah, hi. Thanks for the introduction, and nice to see you again. Yesterday was not that bad for us, although we were not that successful to overtake actually the virtual cars, the ghost cars. And yeah, this day we had already a bit time to watch PoliMOVE. They were really strong, so really impressive. So what they could achieve overnight, let's say. And we of course also did a bit overnight. We worked a lot on the prediction, let's say, of the ghost car, and we try this time to, let's say, go a bit more conservative, and yeah. So maybe we are able to perform some clean overtakes.
What's the biggest challenge for you, Tobias, to make the change overnight? Not easy, is it? I'm sure.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
What's the biggest challenge for you guys now with taking the step to enable it to take? How is that for?
Well, I mean, it's really challenging, let's say, to we saw that also in with the first run with the run before from PoliMOVE, to basically predict where the ghost cars are going, and we saw that even they are let's say changing the lane where they are driving, and so I think that is the most difficult task to perform, and of course that comes along with while driving already on the limit. And so you have to find somehow, let's say, a trade-off between not going too aggressive, but still able to overtake them. So it's a bit of both worlds, let's say, of performance and then also of overtaking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if you get the formula right then, Tobias. As we can see, the DevBot is ready to go now with your AI driver downloaded into the car as well. So best of luck, and maybe we'll be speaking to you later on. Let's go back to Andy.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Matt. So as you can see, the car is on the line then for Autonomous Racing Graz, who yesterday came home in third position. They missed out on a top two by less than 30 seconds, and really all of that was down to the penalties that they scored. They actually set the fastest clear time of the day yesterday, about 15 seconds faster than our eventual winners, Acronis SIT, but their penalty time was 3 minutes more than SIT, meaning that they will way slower once all of the penalties are calculated. So that's really the main area they need to improve in today. They need to try and execute more clean overtakes. Perhaps if you can't execute a clean overtake, just sit back and avoid them. Let's see if that's the strategy they deploy. The car is off the line. We're underway then. One of four here for Autonomous Racing Graz, our Austrian team in Roborace, who straight away blast past that ghost car. That was the best overtake we've seen all day. They were not hanging around, and they have just flown straight past, but that didn't seem to register as an overtake. So what's going on there? That was a little bit strange. Certainly looked like an overtake to me, but Metaverse not registering it. They have registered that first bit of loot that they have collected, though. But that was all a little bit old, really. Anyway, ARG off to a flying start, certainly carrying good speed there through those first few corners, and now they are halfway round their first lap. They, as I said, topped the table yesterday as far as their clear time was concerned. They also had the joint highest number of bonuses. They saved 2 minutes and 40 seconds. The speed they're carrying past these ghost cars, that's incredible. That was an overtake this time. But yeah, as I said, they scored the 2 minutes and 40 worth of bonus time, which was joint level with Pisa, because their tactic yesterday was literally just to drive straight through all of the ghost cars and not really slow down. Well, today they are making overtakes, it would seem. Although again, that one there didn't seem to register, despite the car clearly veering offline to make the pass stick. They're carrying some really good speed into the first corner. This is a really aggressive run for Autonomous Racing Graz. They sweep past another ghost car, string on the Metaverse. I'm into a few more Metaverse-related issues here. from that as and when we get it. Champions, remember, AR joint set arrival. Third, they scored 100 points. That put them level with the rival. Had they finished second, they would have actually moved into P2 in the championship. So that really is one of the key battles to watch today, to see whether or not ARG can beat a rival again. And if they do, and they finish inside the top 3 today, then they will move into second in the points. Saw yesterday they were taking some of these slightly aggressive lines, running right up to the edge of the road, taking a few risks. Look at that for an overtake, not even lifting off the throttle slightly. But that registered as a, it was an overtake. So, or was it an overtake and a hit? I think it was, wasn't it? So they did get through, but it was a bit of a push to pass, as they'd call it in traditional motorsport. Now they've got Flying Dolphin to contend with, which vanishes from sight halfway around the final corner. So halfway through then, and we're at about 2.5 minutes total time, 2 minutes 40 their clear time at the moment, and their clear time yesterday, which I said was the fastest, was a 5 minutes 8.5. So that's the outright time beat, and given the speed that I'd say there's a good chance they're going to be able to do. But how many more bonus they score from the metaverse? Onto their third lap then. Taking a nice sweeping line there. All teams seem to take very different lines through that particular part of the circuit. I mentioned yesterday it's easy to lose track of the fact that actually just getting these cars around the track on the correct racing line is a challenge in and of it, even before we start throwing Flying Dolphins at teams. And picking your line through the corners can save you valuable tenths of a second, and we've seen in the past in Season Beta the second can make all of the difference. Nice overtake there, that was definitely a clean one, so another 20 seconds saved and no penalty time at all. Remember, the time to beat by PoliMOVE is a total time of 4 minutes 29.9. There is only one lap to go here for ARG. After this one, they're going to run into that ghost car, are they, as they go into the last corner. That did count as a hit. So a hit there for ARG means that they are going to lose a little bit of time there. They come across the start-finish line onto their final lap there. Can they still beat a 4.9? Trickier now with the Dolphin as well. Another 30 seconds added on. So the answer is no, it doesn't beat PoliMOVE's time here. Their clear time is going to be faster, but their total time isn't. So that's slightly more cautious approach from PoliMOVE, where for the second day in a row, they didn't hit any obstacles. Looks as though it might prove to be a winning strategy. PoliMOVE, of course, scored quite well with the obstacles last time out as well, didn't they? That's certainly something they've come out of the blocks pretty strongly with. And they did actually go a little bit quicker than they went yesterday, did PoliMOVE. ARG are going to have to go quite a lot quicker than yesterday in order to challenge. You can see the time has already ticked now to nearly a full minute slower than PoliMOVE's total time. Let's get another 20 seconds back as they go into the final chicane. And they do it. Ooh, Ghost car. No, I think they hit it there, didn't they? Sorry, my feed just froze at the most moment there as they were trying to execute that overtake. But they are coming into the final corner now, and they will come across the start-finish line. What is the time going to be? Autonomous Racing Graz then accelerate to the start-finish line, and across the line they will go. The checkered flag flies for Autonomous Racing Graz. A spectacular run there, some really good overtakes, and a few where maybe they were a little bit impatient and a bit too aggressive. In the end, the clear time in minutes 22.8, which is not as quick as they went yesterday. It is, though, quicker than PoliMOVE went about an hour or so ago. A total time of a 6 minutes 38 is going to put them just over 2 minutes slower.
Overtaking and prediction.
Matt, why did it look like there is a lot of ghost cars on the track?
Yeah, we were just thinking about that. So I think it's correct, but we'll check. I think the reason it looks so different for us and for you is because PoliMOVE, they drove very slowly behind the ghost car for a lot of the lap, and then picked a specific spot each lap to overtake, whereas you guys were overtaking straight away. So, but we'll have a look. We can have a look now.
So what, once overtaking earlier, we get
I don't know, like a bonus ghost car probably. And then we got a double number of the ghost cars. But in either way, we were really good. Bravo.
Nice.
Did they at the end count it correctly?
What do you
Because
mean?
you have a pen. Did you wrote down hits and overtakes? Time did somebody saw?
I join you later,
Without-
guys. I need to really.
Okay.
It's fun, Toby. But it's interesting, when you are fast and overtaking faster, you get more obstacles or more road cars, which makes it difficult, or?
Yes, it's not fair. Like we had double of them. My impression. Or I'm not objective, I don't know. Should count the obstacles so the ghost cars that also appeared in PoliMOVE situations, not the other ones.
Let's see what result comes out at the end.
Well done, Martin. Hack-mack over the night. I knew that it was working because you were so calm, without no emotions, everything like a constant. Even your heartbeat was a constant.
As usual, I would say, or?
Yeah.
So Matt, Alex, thanks. We deleted all from the dev bot.
Okay, we'll grab your SSDs out there now.
Thanks.
There's a Marcus screen.
Pardon?
Do you see? Does anyone of others see your screen? Because
Oh my god,
for me,
we're on goddamn Twitch.
yes.
I haven't noticed.
Really? We are all the time on the Twitch.
I thought that's my screen.
But it's a bit later.
But today you didn't talk about your cow.
No, which one? Which car?
Your cow in the background.
Oh yeah.
No, we talked about the ghost cars. Today we were serious.
But now you can see my screen, or?
Or can they hear us? Oh, I haven't.
See anything? Max, why are you behaving like?
Hello.
You know when
Oh, they really hear us.
First on the cameras. Max.
Alright, we can greet someone. Andy, hello. Honestly.
I had to cry because I was laughing too much. Somebody
Well,
wrote
no,
you
really,
in the comment, and Max, somebody wrote you that they can hear us, so you check the comments on Twitch.
Ah. Oh yeah, somebody can hear us.
Everybody can hear you.
Do they have problems? Why do they show us all the time on Twitch?
Yeah, because they are currently counting by the hands how much did we hit and how much did we overtake.
Seems to be quite a difficult.
They want to get
Yeah,
the emotion.
You know that they need to be really careful. If not, we will see everything in the rollbacks. So we will count for them tomorrow or tonight.
Tonight.
Tonight, immediately. Upload, Marcus, upload. Corey said we didn't give away any secrets. We took care of that, Corey.
Toby asks if there are some news about the counting.
Oh my god, I'm finally on TV. My parents are gonna be so proud. To make a video.
Holy crazy, Max! Video. There are any news? Okay. So, what do you expect, Marcus?
What do you mean?
As a result?
Some hits and some overtaking maneuvers?
Yeah, but how many of them?
I'm not good in guessing.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it was solid, right?
But to be honest, it looked quite good.
Yeah.
Until the last lap.
Cars from yesterday, I had a feeling that Delta.
Okay, well, sorry for the delay once again, but we just saw Autonomous Racing Graz take the track, and it was also an impressive improvement.
Yeah, how impressive? We don't actually know yet, because we're having some issues with the metaverse today, and all of the results, each overtake is having to be manually checked, which explains delay in the results. Even they don't know how they're done yet, but as you can see, it was kind of windy front. Wasn't showing on it. Commentary like they made some nice overtakes. It looked like the first one wasn't registered, so as I said, retrospectively now, the ears are going through that data and checking these over. But as you can see, it looks like they made a bunch of clean overtakes. It's going to be interesting to see the effect that has the result time. Importantly, though, Corey, I think for Team ARG, priority today complete those clean overtakes. Really managed to do that yesterday. They showed good pace yesterday, but didn't get the software right to make the overtakes. Today they have. Looks like they have anyway. So I think we can be excited about this result when it finally comes through.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they definitely look like things went well out there, and we'll just have to wait and see once the team out here checks them manually. But right now, we have Tobias back on the line. First of all, sorry for spying on you guys. You didn't know that we were checking in on you after your race, but it's kind of nice to kind of see a real reaction from your team, and it seemed like you guys were pretty happy with how things went. As you know, we're having some issues with the metaverse right now, so we're manually checking your scores, but just from what you saw and the data that you have, how do you think it went for you guys?
Yeah, I think it was quite good for us. I mean, yesterday we were not able to perform a clean overtake, and today we saw some of them. And what we especially liked that it was like some very fast overtakes, and I think we can build on that. Yeah, so we were quite satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, good. Personally, watching it today from yesterday, just the aggressiveness of your AI drivers taking those overtakes looked very impressive. And again, I'm continually fascinated by you guys and the teams to be able to make such big changes overnight. How big of a challenge is that for you guys, or do you just have different things in your back pocket that you slide into your program?
Yeah, I think, we saw already from PoliMOVE that also they were able to improve a lot. And I think that's also a bit how things work here at Roborace. We have to adapt to new situations. And of course, we just had one testing day, which is quite not a lot of time. It's just 3 hours of testing. And so every attempt that we have, every data that we get about behavior of the ghost cars helps us, of course. And of course, we developed, let's say, a lot of stuff till yesterday, but we could use the time that we had till today to fine-tune it a bit. And so we see that helps a lot for the teams to just have some experience with the new settings here in Roborace.
Well, like I said, we are actually manually counting all of the overtakes and the hits, if any, and your loot. So we'll get back to you on that. So keep an eye on the stream for your official score. But from our vantage point, it was a very impressive run. So congrats on that. And if all you guys need is time to make those improvements, you've got a bit of that now until round 11. So best of luck as you move forward, and congrats on a great run today.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. Bye.
Yep, and as Corey said, we're starting for those metaverse elements to be manually totted up. So in the meantime, we'll take you to our next groundbreaking music, this time with a resident Roborace music team. And I think we might be able to look at him now in virtual form as a ghost car out on the track. All of our musicians have been turned into ghost cars, if you missed this earlier on. So this is Tate. I'm not sure if that is a very accurate depiction of him or not, but he's been pretty quick out on the track. And let's see what he's like now on the mixing desk. It's time for the real thing. It is the inimitable Tate.
that was the incredible Tate here today as one of our live artists at Roborace round 10, and a pretty incredible ghost car driver as well, I might add.
Man of many talents. Okay, not long now until we see our next ghost car and our next team out on track. So let's take a little look at them. This is the University of Pisa.
The 10-strong team from the University of Pisa's Research Center are pushing hard to be a serious contender this year. Team Pisa debuted at the 2017 Formula E Berlin E-Prix in the Human plus Machine Challenge, putting in competitive times and trailed the Technical University Munich by just 4 seconds. They were back in Season Alpha for the Localization Challenge at Zalazone, but also missed the top spot by a matter of seconds. So far in Season Beta, Team Pisa have been steadily gaining experience, improving both speed and reliability. Are they now ready to dominate a mission? We're about to find out.
Mission just yet, but there was more progress from the team today, and I'm sure there's going to be more today. Danilo Caporale is with us now. I think we saw him dancing a little bit to Tate there before while he was waiting for us. Danilo, how have things been for you guys over the last 24 hours? What have you been working on for today?
Hello, Matthew. Good to see you. So things are looking good. We're happy with the results of yesterday. We're improving consistently, so we're happy with that. Today we'll try to improve a bit more, and let's see how it goes.
In which area are you looking specifically to improve today, Danilo, and how much are you able to do when you've only got such a short time space?
So we will try, we run some simulations. We checked at the logs from yesterday, and we run some simulations to understand where to improve our timings, basically. So we will try something more aggressive today, and we will see how it goes. So let's see. It wasn't much time, to prepare, but we expect some improvement. Let's hope for good.
Okay, well, Danilo, we wish you the best of luck today. Looking forward to seeing the latest improvements from the University of Pisa, and maybe we'll speak to you later on. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Danilo Caporale from the University di Pisa, who are about to go and take the track. They're talking about being more aggressive today and their constant improvement. And is that what we're hoping to see out there, Andy?
Yeah, well, I'd like to know exactly how they're going to get more than yesterday, because they made no attempt to make any clear passes yesterday. It was all quite aggressive. They just sort of went flat out, drove straight through all of the cars, and incurred quite a lot of penalties as a result. They set a pretty competitive clear time yesterday, actually, less than 6 seconds off SIT, but they hit every single obstacle that they came across over the course of their 4 laps. So if they're going to be more aggressive than that, I'm intrigued to see exactly what that's going to look like. There you can see the team getting ready, a few minutes away from heading out onto the circuit. But yeah, Pisa, interesting to hear there that they are planning on going for it even harder today. They are, of course, involved in this quite interesting fight for 4th place in the points. They come into this mission at Las Vegas just 200 points behind MIT. And MIT have been obviously on the pace and have actually got themselves a couple of podiums in recent rounds. Pisa still looking for, well, in fact, they had a 3rd place back at round 6 back in Mission 3.0.
Okay, guys, 2.5 minutes.
That is their only podium appearance of the season. but that wasn't enough to put them, as I said, just 200 points behind MIT. And they're going to be really keen to beat MIT to that fourth spot. They're losing a bit of touch to the big three, really, SIT Arrival and Autonomous Racing Graz. So it really then is a fight to be the best of the rest. And that's all looking pretty tight at the moment. Today, as I said, that clear time that was set by the Universitat of Pisa was pretty competitive, actually. It was a 5 minutes 54, which was, I think I'm right in saying, the third fastest clear time yesterday. But all of those penalties they incurred, 4 minutes worth of penalties, was certainly not going to help them. They and ARG actually both had a very similar strategy yesterday. They both sort of didn't make any attempt to make clean overtakes, and so although they picked up the maximum bonuses, 2 minutes and 40 each, they also both had the maximum 4-minute penalties. Pisa, though, were among the fastest in the speed traps. They had a top speed of 152 kilometres an hour yesterday, 2 kilometres an hour slower than MIT, who were the quickest. So there you can see the team, the car, I should say, already to go. Safety driver in place. Team Pisa, who have sort of been plagued by issues all through the season, but have been slowly getting there. You often feel with Pisa, though, like and I don't mean this to sound quite as rude as it's going to, but they're almost a mission behind everybody else. It's almost like they turn up at a round and have spent the last 2 or 3 weeks working on all of the problems from the previous round, and they get them sorted, and then Roborace throws a whole new set of challenges at them, which is exactly what they've done this week with these ghost cars, and then Pisa have to start from scratch again with that, whereas some of the other teams almost seem to be ahead of the curve a little bit. Pisa always seem to be reacting to some of the latest challenges being thrown their way, and you just feel that if they could get a bit more testing or maybe a bit more data from their simulations that was maybe a bit more accurate, that they might then start to really come on strong, because their speed is good. They have an AI driver that is capable of driving around the track very quickly. It often has been the metaverse that really has been their problem. Back round 7 and 8, that was certainly the case. They again set a pretty fast time, but were hitting a lot of obstacles and not collecting quite as much of the loot as they would have liked. We have loot out there again today, although most of the teams seem to be ignoring the loot in favour of just going for clean overtakes, which makes sense. You get 2 seconds for each loot item that you hit, whereas you gain 20 seconds for making a clean overtake, and that's just another calculation now that the AI systems have to make out. It's not just working out, whether it's worth swerving offline to collect the loot. You've also now got to work out how that's going to impact your chances of making a clean overtake, and we really are throwing so much now at these teams and so much at their AI systems that it really is remarkable just how well they're all doing, really. So Team Pisa then out onto the circuit. The 20-minute countdown clock has begun. Let's see if they can improve on yesterday. Pisa's times yesterday then to compare to. Their clear time was a 5 minutes 54.1, and once all of the penalties were added on, that became a 7 minutes 14.1, which was the slowest total time of the day. Only 5 seconds, though, behind MIT, who they are battling for position with in the championship. As I said, they are 200 points behind MIT, so that's their first target, beat MIT, and then try and hope that they can get into a top 3 position and start scoring some extra points. They'll have their 500 points already for getting the a successful download of their AI driver. Once you get the AI successfully downloaded into the car and on the grid, you get your 500 points, which is just really an incentive for teams to not drop out and for teams to make sure that they are there for every round and that they have an AI driver that they can keep on putting in the car. And then anything beyond that really is just a bonus. 300 points for winning, 200 for second, and 100 points for third position. So human mode, it says at the bottom of the screen. Hopefully that will change fairly soon into autonomous mode. The first Italian team to race in Roborace. They first raced with us back in 2018, as we saw in that BT at the Berlin Formula E race event. They did compete in Season Alpha as well, where their main focus really was working on that LiDAR system that we hear teams talking about quite a lot, which helps the car continue to go in the event that GPS signals are lost, for example, which is very much a problem that we encounter out there in the real world. Another example of how real-world solutions can be found out on the racetrack, and that really has been the motorsport way since the very beginning. Technology that we now take for granted in our road cars developed out on the world racetracks. Right then, we're into fully autonomous mode, which means that the start of Team Pisa's run is not that far away. The third team of the day about to head out onto the circuit for their 4 laps, and there is movement, and the car accelerates towards the first corner. Team Pisa, the Università di Pisa, are out onto the circuit. Let's see how they interact with those ghost cars today. Exactly the same way as they did yesterday, paying absolutely no attention to the obstacles in front of them and just going hell for leather straight through them. So this is going to be another fast run probably by Pisa, but expect quite a lot of penalty time to be added on. Through the first half of the lap length, speed slows here through this technical middle sector before it starts to build again on the way back towards the end of the lap. And, no attempt to avoid that ghost car, but they did say before yesterday, actually, that they were mainly really testing the capability of their car to actually detect the motion of those ghost cars. So essentially, they weren't even sure whether or not their systems would be able to tell that there was a ghost car in the way. They certainly weren't expecting they'd be able to avoid them all that well, although that looks like an attempt to... never mind. They get a third hit, which is interesting. How have they had 3 hits? They've only come across 2 ghost cars. That's almost impressive, isn't it, now, to have picked up an extra 30 seconds worth of penalties. Although we do know there are 1 or 2 slightly frustrating metaverse-related issues today, which might account for that. I believe we've resorted to the old-school technique of keeping track on with a pen and a notepad of exactly how many obstacles have been hit by the teams, which is kind of amusing, I think. And yeah, you see they're getting a couple of hits there for just 1 ghost car. So we'll take what the graphics are telling us with a bit of a pinch of salt, I think, but we can still monitor the clear time at least, and then we'll wait for the official word on what the actual total time is. Because I think the Roborace team are just taking a little bit longer just to make sure that all of the calculations and all of the points are correct. Pisa have, however, managed to collect an item of loot, apparently, which they did not manage to do yesterday. They, as I said, were really not worrying about Metaverse yesterday. That might well have been through luck more than judgment then that they've collected one of those loots, but that is 2 seconds saved. And if you believe the graphics, they've had 2 overtakes and 5 hits. They're about to come across another one of the ghost cars going into the chicane. That weaves there from left, right, and then left and right again on the exit. Another hit, but another overtake followed immediately afterwards. Dolphin disappears, actually, before the car even gets there through the final turn. Università di Pisa now will move into the second half of their run. So, clear time-wise, they are going to end their second lap just under the 3-minute mark, which means they're on target for a sub-6-minute run, which they did yesterday. 5:54 yesterday, their clear time. So it looks as though they're on a very similar pace to what they were running in round number 9 yesterday. Of course, slightly shorter runs this time because they only are doing 4 laps. We don't have any of these 3 laps anymore, at least not this week, where the teams are able to just go out there as fast as they can without having to deal with obstacles in their way. It is all Metaverse here in round number 10 as we start to really ramp up the Metaverse challenge with every round. And that's what the mission numbers denote as well. So we're at mission 4.0 this time. Each time the mission number goes up, it means there have been further developments to the Metaverse, which means it gets harder and harder to score good points. Music to the ears of some of the good teams, but for Team Pisa, who are just struggling a bit with their Metaverse usage, they'll be really hoping that the Metaverse doesn't get even more challenging for next time. We're up to 10 hits supposedly now. They have picked up 3 more items of loot though, as we ride on board here at the rear of the DevBot 2.0. Now winds its way through turn number 1 onto the final lap. 4 minutes and 10 seconds roughly we were at, I think, as they started the lap. Dolphin unfortunately suffers a rather sticky end there through the first few corners as Team Pisa again can drive straight through it. but they are now only going to have to worry about one more of those dynamic obstacles before they get to the end. So, as we've said, I would maybe not take everything that the graphics are telling us to be completely true. So I don't anticipate this is going to be quite as difficult a time as the time in the box is telling us. Clear time, though, we know that's not a lie. That is the genuine pace that the car is running at, and it's going to be somewhere maybe around 5.5 minutes or so this run. Yesterday their clear time was a 5:54. Can they at least beat that today? That would be a big step in the right direction if they can. The last Ghost car is hit and then overtaken, so they are up to 7 overtakes, I think. The last one I'm not sure they're quite going to catch before the line. Out of the last turn they come. Well, this does look like being quite a bit quicker than yesterday, so again, that is a step in the right direction here for the University of Pisa. Across the line they go. The time will eventually stop at something like a 5:29.6. So if that stands, that is about 25 seconds almost quicker than they went yesterday. So they found some serious pace. However, they still haven't been interacting as well with the metaverse as they'd like. The total time we will find out for you afterwards, and they've sort of dumped the car unceremoniously, just hanging over the edge of the road there, coming out of the first corner. An interesting run there for Team Pisa.
Okay, guys, another run complete. Well done.
Thanks, Matt. We saw car going out at the end.
Yeah, it's the same thing that we had yesterday, where it looks like you've driven off the end of your mission file.
Okay, is the run still valid or should we repeat?
No, the run's valid, but I'm not particularly happy about that.
Yeah, it's just your response to the drive mode stop thing that we talked about yesterday. Same thing this time.
We'll look into it. Thank you.
Cool, thanks for that.
Okay, guys, the car.
Okay, we'll stop the software.
Yeah, the car's back now. We should have access in a few.
It seems that we are not having access
The car just
to...
got back. You need to give it 30 seconds or so.
Okay, thank you.
So Team Pisa then finish an entertaining 4 laps there around the Las Vegas circuit. Not going to be the best metaverse score, but exactly what that metaverse score is, well, we're not so sure at the moment. Whilst the Roborace team get their pens and paper into action to make the calculations, we're going to take a very short break and we'll have all the reaction to the Team Pisa room in just a few minutes' time.
You should have access now.
Okay, we're...
Okay, well, that that was University de Pisa, Team Pisa out there on the track with definitely a more aggressive approach. They came in a lot faster, but it seemed that they were just still plowing through the metaverse as if it wasn't even there. Let's take a look at their run.
Yeah, as you said, I mean, we're still waiting, Corey, for the full updates from the Metaverse technicians. We're still not sure indeed how ARG did, so we might have to wait for a little while to know exactly how Team Pisa did. But as Andy said in commentary, once again, they were plowing through the vehicles, the ghost cars that were in their way, but still quicker than yesterday, 25 seconds quicker. So any thoughts that maybe they were too aggressive yesterday? Well, they put those to one side and were even more aggressive this time. So as Andy said, if the graphics are to be believed, 7 overtakes, 12 hits and 3 loops. But we'll have to confirm that a little bit later. But it'd be interesting, I think, to get the thoughts of the team and see how they thought that they did.
Yeah, and we will definitely do that. I don't know if 12 hits are even possible when there's only 8.
Well, there's only 7, yeah.
Ghost car, yeah, or 7, yeah. So, but obviously we're having some issues with the metaverse today. But we'll see what they thought and what their kind of strategy was behind that. Maybe they just weren't ready to try those overtakes, so they're just like, let's just keep that speed going. But right now, let's go back to our Twitch. I feel like we've been neglecting our Twitch chat room today because people are really chatting up in there. And thanks for sticking around with us through everything today, guys. We're just plowing through, just like Team Pisa. So, question from @Luke910: could PoliMOVE be the surprise package of season beta? Matt?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a surprise anymore, Corey.
Yeah.
They've set the benchmark today. I guess, yes, if they win today, it would be a surprise. But with the pace that they've shown first time out in Mission 3.1 and also so far in Mission 4, the fact that they're up there now, I think it's probably beyond expectations. Could they be the surprise package? Yes, they have been the surprise package so far in the last 2 events, but no surprises anymore. I think we're going to expect to see this. And Andy mentioned it again in commentary. I think he said, it could be a question of when these guys win a round. It could even be today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And again, let's not forget about ARG. They are doing quite well too, so they can't be overlooked either. Okay, from @LH33: why is the car called a dev bot? I was actually wondering this myself, because again, I'm semi-new here. So we talked to Matt in Race Control, and he said DevBot stands for development bot. Obviously, we're developing robots. So this car was designed to be a development mule for the Robocar. It has the same hardware and software as the Robocar, and we use it to try new functionality and software with a human safety driver on board to accelerate development and then transfer this knowledge and experience over to the more powerful Robocar. And Matt, you've seen progression in the vehicles as well. This is 2.0.
Yeah, although to be fair, it's been 2.0 since the start of this season beta, which is when I started. But yeah, I mean, the vehicle itself is really impressive. It's built on a Jeanetta chassis, so it is is an actual race car. We've had design obviously on the aerodynamics and the other changeable parts on the car, but the chassis itself is an original Jeanetta chassis, and obviously we have 2 of them out there in Las Vegas at the minute. And it's going to be to see what they come up with for the season proper, because what was interesting, actually speaking, we had with Alex Corey about down was that what they actually set out car, with the aerodynamics in particular for the downforce, is not necessarily what they're looking for now. So the kind of strategy has changed a little bit. So it could well be that the DevBot, as we know it right now, could look very different actually when we do go racing with the season, but towards the end of this year.
Well, I'm excited to see what goes on there and the development of that. And one more real quick before we move on. From Endarium. Oh, actually, no, it looks like our ARG results are in finally after we had to count them on our fingers. Yeah, we're still waiting on Team Pisa, but for now we've got ARG's results.
Well, there you have it. 5 minutes 16.111 was the result time. 6 hits on 9 overtakes. So overall rewards of just over 3 minutes for Team RG, and as overall result time puts them into second place. So again, now we really, we said PoliMOVE had set the benchmark today, and now knowing how competitive autonomous racing Graz have been in recent weeks, and what a strong time that was from them as well, now see just how performance was from PoliMOVE.
Okay, so we've got Danilo back on the line. Well, that was a great run, and it was interesting to see your interview before. You talked about being a bit more aggressive today, and it seems like you guys were definitely more aggressive on the speed side. Talk me through the strategy for today.
Yeah, hi, Corey. So, yeah, as I said before, we were aiming for a bit of a more aggressive run. Basically, we didn't interact much with the obstacles, but we were aiming for more performance, higher performance targets. This is something that is needed for us to, to progress on the development during season beta. So I still don't know the exact time because I was looking at the telemetry, but I think it was looking pretty good. So I'm satisfied the team is happy with this. Let's see the time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what your end result was. But overall, your end time was faster than yesterday. And according to Andy's calculations, about 25 seconds faster. So you guys definitely performed better in that regards. And I know you mentioned you didn't do much interaction with the metaverse. Was there any interaction at all, would you say? Or do you just ignore that at this point when you're just trying to get around the track as fast as possible?
No, on this run, basically what we're trying to do is refine the algorithms that we use to perform the prediction of the other vehicles, so to be able to better react to their intentions. Because moving on, this will be the target. So the vehicles will start to be actual drivers that will react to our software. So our progress now is going towards refining that part of the software. So today we didn't interact with the vehicles, but we had this part of the software running on the car as yesterday, so we are collecting the data from that, and we will see hopefully more interaction from next race. So let's see.
You also have I think it's about 6 weeks until the next race. Do you think that is a significant amount of time to make those type of improvements?
Yes, but with Roborace you never know because it's everything is really fast paced and the plans might change quickly. So we are used to this. So it's let's say we have plans for competing in the next race in all all the scenarios. So let's see.
Okay. Well, you didn't catch any dolphins today like we had planned on yesterday, but maybe next time. Thanks so much for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Corey. Looking forward to it.
Yep.
Bye. Ciao.
Ciao.
So, Ciao, indeed. 3 teams down, 3 still to come, and in round 10 of season beta, and our third musical performance on the way right now as we wait for our next team on track. This is another friend of Roborace and another metaverse character in rounds 9 and 10. Here is the version of him that's been out on track, causing the team's headaches. DJ Kassir, the flying dolphin, aka Aqua Tube, an intelligent and chatty being. He likes wet conditions and fish. Well, not many of those in Las Vegas, but here he is. This is DJ Kassir.
DJ Kassir, who rode us through that wave just like he rode on the back of our Dolphin Ghost car, Aquatube, throughout the races today. And if you guys want to hear more of his music, check him out at kassir.bandcamp.com. Matt, we're ready for some more racing, aren't we? With that. Okay, well, it seems like we're not hearing Matt right now. We're having some audio issues today. But let's take a look at Team Acronis SIT.
From the Research Center at the Schaffhausen Institute of Technology comes Acronis SIT Autonomous. Acronis are the leading provider of AI-powered cyber protection to global sports teams and are supporting the Swiss-based Research Center in their entrance to Roborace Season Beta. This powerful matchup are working hard to achieve maximum pace. Acronis SIT have brought plenty of shocks and surprises to their first season, taking race wins and battling for position at the top of the championship table. But only time will tell if they can stay ahead long enough to win the title overall.
We've become very familiar. Boss here, Shimchik, pleasure speaking to on countless occasions already this year, before and at the end of the day, Ilya, because you guys have been racking up the wins. You took another one yesterday. How are you feeling about today? You would have watched with interest the effort from PoliMOVE already.
Oh, we're really happy to see the good results from other teams, and they, to be honest, they put in some pressure on us, so we will continue performing on our side, but let's see what's happening, because we see that configuration of the obstacles, configuration of the track, configuration of dynamic cars, ghost cars, quite different. So actually, to be honest, we don't know in which way we should fine-tune our software in order to show better than yesterday. So basically it will be the same stack, the same software, and let's see how it will show in this configuration.
Okay, so that's interesting, because I guess for the people watching the other results recently, we're thinking, okay, Acronis SIT, they already set the pace yesterday, set a really strong time, so today is, they're going to be the favourites again. Do you not see it like that? Do you know, is this genuinely is kind of like a fresh challenge today for you guys?
Yeah, it's challenge for us today, and as I said, so we see the different configuration, different obstacles, and the speed of obstacles different, the trajectory quite not the same as yesterday. So basically we are improved our software just slightly. I mean, it's mostly the same, and all other we see that the areas where we need to work and where we need to be better in our algorithms, but those areas cannot be improved just overnight. So for those features we will continue development, and we'll be better for the next event, next mission.
Have you got anything for today? Got any special plan on the Dolphin?
So I don't know, probably not something special. Let's see how it will behave on the track. So for us it's also special, so we don't know yet.
It's been causing some problems for everybody this weekend, that Dolphin. Let's hope it doesn't talk today then. Look, we will speak to you again.
I'm sorry, there is a bad connection. Can you say it again?
Yeah, no problem. It's probably the dolphin again. It's causing problems for everybody today. Don't worry, Ilya. We'll let you to work. We'll speak to you later. Good luck.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Well, gosh, that dolphin again with Matt. But Ilya seems pretty confident about their software, and it seems confident enough that he said they didn't even make too many tweaks. They just want to see how it does with the new conditions and the new metaverse. What are your thoughts, Andy, on how things could go for them today?
I mean, they're probably going to go quite well, aren't they? They usually do. They've won the last 3 rounds. They're the team to beat. They were so much quicker than everyone yesterday. And they're not just quicker, but they're cleaner as well. They're making good overtakes. They're not getting too many penalties. They're doing everything that you need to do to be successful in Roborace, really. And that's why they now lead the championship by over 1,000 points. But what really interested me yesterday about Acronis SIT Autonomous is that although they won, they weren't actually the best team in any one particular area. They didn't have the most overtakes because that went to ARG. They didn't have the most loot because, they had the joint most loot with ARG. They had more hits than some of the other teams. Their clear time wasn't the fastest. Their top speed wasn't the fastest. But they were just good enough in each one of those brackets that they were still able to come home with an incredible total time of under 4 minutes. They are the only team still to this point that have gone sub 4 minutes with a 3 minutes 53.1. And even PoliMOVE today, who managed to find an extra minute and a half compared to their time yesterday, they're still only setting the benchmark of a 4:29. So honestly, the only thing that's going to keep SIT from winning again today is if it all goes really badly wrong. If they go off, if they have 2 runs that are invalidated. I honestly think that if they can stay on the track, which they tend to do, they're going to really be very, very tough to beat again today. But it is nice, isn't it, to see that the opposition are getting closer and closer to them every time. But then we seem to come back for the next mission, and they've just taken another big leap forwards, and everybody else is kind of left scrabbling after them. Wasn't always the way. It was a rival racing that were doing all of the winning in the first part of the year, but once SIT hit their stride, yeah, the rest of them have been really struggling to keep up. Yesterday was an amazing performance. They were the first team, really, that we saw out there that really got to grips with these ghost cars. They pulled off several successful, clean overtakes. They had a total of 7 overtakes, but I think a good 4 or 5 of them were completely clean, no contact at all, and that's what we want to see. Had a really high average speed. And interestingly, one of the things that we noted yesterday, they actually hit one of the ghost cars. They hit that pesky dolphin going through the first couple of corners on the first lap. But then on every subsequent lap, they avoided the dolphin. So it really did look like the AI was learning on the go. It was improving lap by lap. The car seemed to stay further back from the dolphin every time it came behind it, and successfully, therefore, was able to either overtake it or at least avoid it. Ilya had a really cool quote, actually, at the end of their run yesterday, where Matt asked, what they expected from the metaverse. And they said, well, we expected ghost cars. We didn't expect dolphins. Well, no one did, but we're all really enjoying the weird and wacky world that is the metaverse. We'll see how they handle the dolphin and the other 3 ghost cars, all piloted by our musical guests, who I'm going to see some of you have been enjoying in the breaks between the racing. And they are in a unique position of not just being here to show off their music abilities, but also pilot, virtually speaking, these ghost cars, which I should mention are pre-programmed on their route. We don't literally just hand a set of controls over to our musical guests, but they do get to have an avatar riding on top of the ghost cars. There's the Acronis SIT Autonomous team then, ready and raring to go. Confidence high, I'm sure, after yesterday's latest success. It was their 5th victory of the season, their 6th victory of the year, I should say, and their 4th in a row for SIT. They move now to 1,200 points clear of Arrival Racing. So, well, in fact, of Arrival and ARG, who are tied for second. That's going to be an interesting battle when Arrival head out on circuit a bit later on to see whether or not they can beat ARG and hang on to their second place in the championship. So even though Acronis SIT Autonomous are building a nice margin now in the points, it does not mean that there's nothing left to play for. And it doesn't even mean that they're still going to win season beta, because other teams could still take a big step forward themselves and start beating them. Who knows? That could even happen today. So the SIT team there, team principal Ilya Shimchik, who we just heard from, alongside some of the other top members of the team. Team members began their involvement with Roborace way back in 2017. I think they, along with Arrival Racing, were two of the first teams to really fully commit to the Roborace project. They began it as a university research project in autonomous driving that has grown and grown since then. And Acronis, of course, their sponsor, you'll recognise as a sponsor of Formula 1 teams in the recent past. Acronis is a global technology company with its corporate headquarters in the Schaffhausen region of Austria. They've got international headquarters elsewhere, but you can see the link there to this Austrian team. They deliver on-premises and cloud software for backup, disaster recovery and secure file sync and share data access. And yes, I am reading that off an information sheet because I haven't got a clue what that means, but it sounds very impressive. And SIT and Acronis making a very, very formidable pairing at the moment in Roborace. You can see their uniquely liveried car, which I mentioned yesterday, is all because they are the only team really to have their own unique sponsors. Acronis, who I've just been talking about, so they get a different livery on the car, but just to clarify, the car is exactly the same. It's still a DevBot 2.0. It has no extra performance compared to the other car that's used by the other teams. And the DevBot 2.0, a bespoke racing vehicle used for season beta. 270 kilowatts of power, top speed of around about 230 kilometers an hour, or just over 140 miles an hour, that would be. We're not quite getting that high, but we are getting into the 150s here, and on a bigger, more open circuit, they could probably go quite a bit quicker. Car is all electric, of course, and each car worth well into 6 figures. That's why there aren't that many of them in existence, and it's why a lot of the teams, 5 of them, have to share the same car, because we don't yet have a car available for each team. That, of course, is what we're striving for in the near future, but for that to happen, we need to make sure they're not just going to write off these nearly £1 million worth of autonomous vehicles every time they go on track. That's why we're testing their overtaking capabilities with the metaverse items and these ghost cars. You can hit a ghost car, and the worst you're going to do is hurt a virtual dolphin's feelings. You're not actually going to damage the cars, and that is definitely the safest way of testing this technology. Anyway, moving swiftly on to something far more relevant, which is the actual racing. Acronis SIT then are ready to go human mode at the moment, but as soon as that changes to autonomous mode, we'll be good to go with our 4th team of the day. The time to beat, remember, the clear time to beat, the total time to beat at the moment, a 4 minutes 29.9 set by PoliMOVE. There is every chance this will become the new fastest team, but nothing can be taken for granted in Roborace. The car is in autonomous mode, and the car is off onto its first lap then. Acronis SIT Autonomous, watch for the overtaking skills, because this team were absolutely the leaders in that field yesterday. They sweep to the outside of the first ghost car, giving it a really wide berth. They're collecting some loot as they go, and that is 1 successful overtake in the book already. 2 items of loot collected there as well, so that is a total of 24 seconds saved already. So they're actually only 7 seconds into their run, even though they're halfway around the first lap. So you can see what a benefit these clean overtakes are. I know a few of you were asking in the Twitch chat yesterday why we allow them to make dirty overtakes, if you like, where they hit the ghost car and then go through. And the reason that we still allow that is because it clearly still penalises you far more than a clean overtake does. There is still a real incentive to go out there and try and pass these ghost cars cleanly. Look at the way the car had to weave from side to side there to decide which way to go. That's one of the differences between these ghost cars and the dynamic obstacles that we had here in Mission 3.1. These cars don't stick to the same line. Look at the way this one here is taking a racing line through the corner, so the AI has to really think hard. They can't just stick to one line and be confident they're going to overtake it. They have to change their line. They have to anticipate where that ghost car is going to go. They basically have to do everything that a real driver would have to do when encountering another car on a road or track. 2 overtakes made then. They didn't quite get past that third ghost car in time, but no penalty either, so no harm done. And another overtake now is made through the first corner. Did they have hits yesterday? Yeah, they did. They had 2 hits yesterday. One of those was the Dolphin on the first lap, and then they clipped another one, I forget when now, a little bit further in the run. So at the moment, they are showing that they have improved, and that is interesting because Ilya wasn't really suggesting that they made any major steps forward overnight. They said that they knew there were areas they could improve, but it wasn't stuff that they could fix in time for today's racing. But clearly they have made improvements, because at the moment we're almost halfway through this run now and they still haven't made contact with any of the ghost cars, and they're picking up more loot as well. Yesterday they got 5 loot items over the course of the 4 laps, not even halfway through here, and they're already matching that figure. And another overtake there going into the chicane. There's more loot there to be collected. This is just such a complete performance, isn't it? There are other teams out there that are good at going quickly. There are teams that are good at dodging metaverse items, but Acronis can do it all. They can dodge the metaverse, but they can do it at a really fast speed, and they're not forgetting about the loot items either. I know they're only worth 2 seconds each, but those 2 seconds add up. If you can get into double figures with the loot, which no one has done yet this week, then you can really save some serious time. Now, having said that, the car slows down quite a lot there as it catches the next car. Now, that's really interesting. I think it slowed down there because the ghost car was in the way. I think, maybe we can ask Ilya about this after, but I think that the car or the driver there slowed down so that to ensure that they could get the loot and get the overtake. Now, I don't know if they got the overtake in the end, but they did get a couple more items there, and that would be really interesting because that's just the next level of anticipation being there by the AI systems, because of course that ghost car is taking a line that sometimes means that it is getting into the way of those loot items. Let's see if it does the same against Worth to the side. It gets an item of loot. Oh, and it hits the Dolphin, and it hits it not once but twice. So that was another interesting moment there for SIT, because they were aggressive. They wanted to get to that loot on the left-hand side of the road. They clipped the Dolphin, and then they clipped it again on the way through. And they're getting very close to that ghost car through the last turn, although they did just avoid it. Didn't overtake it in time, though. So, yeah, this is... there's going to be a lot to talk about after this, isn't there? This has been certainly the most exciting run we've seen so far today. We sort of thought that would be the case. Onto the final lap, and they've got the ghost car to negotiate. We'll let them pick up that overtake. We'll start looking at the ghost success. So, the times we are just coming up towards final lap. The clear time, about 4 minutes. Yesterday, their clear time was a 5:20, so I think they're going to beat that today, aren't they? But of course, their total time was 3 minutes 53. They're definitely going to beat that, even though they had that little moment with the Dolphin, the extra loot that they've collected, and the fact they're up to 7 overtakes already, which matches their score from yesterday. And I think they're going quicker out there today too. All of this is coming together to mean this is going to be an even more impressive speed and time from Acronis SIT Autonomous than we had from them yesterday. Down into the chicane they go then. There is another ghost car which is getting really stubbornly in the way, and they're going to just have to wait. There's nowhere to go. The car almost stops. That was a scary moment there for us. Really losing time here, actually. Look how far back they're staying from the ghost car. They've obviously decided it's better to lose that time by only hitting it at 20 seconds back. So they lost maybe 5 or 6 slowing down, but they picked 20 up by mistake. That was a stuff. Across the line, what a brilliant was from Acronis SIT Autonomous. A total time of 3 minutes 28.0. That is another 20 odd seconds faster than they went yesterday, and their total time of 5 minutes 28 is also really competitive as well. That was seriously impressive.
Guys.
One room for improvement, yes. One hit, one room for improvement. But apart from that, it was really cool, and the overtakes seemed really sensible and logical, so well done.
Thank you very much, guys.
Guys, which one of you is responsible for path planning?
New leader at the top of the board. That was some seriously impressive driving there from Acronis SIT Autonomous. Just to the break to some impressive stuff for Acronis SIT Autonomous. We may well have a new team at the top of the leaderboard. Join us after the break to find out.
Well, there you have it. Another phenomenal run by Acronis SIT, who still made improvements from yesterday. Matt, what did you think?
Awesome to watch, wasn't it? It was definitely the most entertaining run that we've seen over the past days. Ilya kind of promised they made some tweaks to the software from Yay. Straight out of the box, they were aggressive, weren't they? Right from the start, went straight for the loot, straight into a clean overtake as well. A really convincing one with conviction. Past Aquatube there, and then took no Aquatube as well. Came around and I saw him for that dolphin earlier before we started. Yeah, look, wow, bam, smashed straight through it. So overall, aggressive stuff from Acronis SIT, and you know we're really starting now, Corey, to see these cars pushed to the limit, you know, and seeing them driven aggressively and seeing what they're really capable of, and it's so cool to see that.
It is. It's very cool to see that. And what I like about this setup for Roborace is, yeah, there is time between each mission, maybe a few weeks, and this next one will be maybe 6 weeks. But from round to round, it's not always the case. And here, from round 9 to round 10, for these teams, it's less than 24 hours. And again, I'm continuously fascinated by the advancements they've made in just less than a day. Even for a team like Acronis, who sit so high on the leaderboard and who are really almost a cut above everyone at this point, to see them still improving when there isn't necessarily any more room for improvement. But I think Ilya will disagree with that. He says there's always room for improvement. So anyhow, to the Twitch board we go. Okay, so at Kieran, if you're listening, I know you say it's hard to concentrate with a dual screen. So Matt, I think he's watching football and Roborace at the same time.
Soccer, yeah, to you. Yeah, it's a big night in English leagues here tonight. Yeah, so Kieran's a Reading fan, so yeah, I'm not sure. Reading are playing tonight, so I'm not going. Maybe Roborace is for a bet to watch, Kieran. So keep your eyes on Las Vegas for now.
Who do you support, Matt?
Huddersfield Town, of course. You should have known this, Corey. Okay. We were out of my hometown earlier.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm West Ham, by the way. And fun fact for all you Brits out there, back in the day, I was a soccerette on Soccer AM. So look that up. That was the episode that Fabian was on when he kicked the goal. If you YouTube that, that's me like standing by, and I like stand there with a high five, and he totally like leaves me hanging after he kicks that goal. I'll send you the link.
Fabian. It's classic.
That's like a really famous YouTube clip. Yeah. So. Okay.
Moving on.
At Ryan. Okay, moving on. At Ryan Veryberry says, who comes up with the animals in the metaverse? Why do we have a dolphin, for example? Well, there is only one animal so far, Ryan, but all of our metaverse is thought up by our geniuses at Metaverse HQ, and I think they were inspired by a lot of the 90s movies, like I don't even know, and things like that. And Matt, yesterday you were talking about dolphins with jetpacks, and then maybe we'll move on to sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads, as Austin.
Yeah, glad you got that reference. Dr. Evil.
I wonder what will happen there to our technology problems if we have sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads here at Roborace.
Hey. The idea is out there now. The idea is I'm going to be disappointed, frankly, if we don't see sharks beams on their head. And maybe even Austin Powers sat on. Let's get Austin Powers or Dr. Evil sat on one as well. Why not?
All right, it looks like we have the results in from, was it Team Pisa? Yes.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind, aren't we, with our leaderboard because we're having to manually go through the metaverse results. So this means that we're still waiting on the official time for Acronis SIT, but we can tell you that University of Pisa are confirmed with 9 overtakes, 9 hits, 3 pieces of loot as well. So an elapsed time of just under 5.5 minutes, but a result time of almost 7 minutes. So there you go, that was University of Pisa earlier on, but what we've just seen, and we await confirmation of the result, was another stunning performance, Corey, from Acronis SIT.
That is correct, and right now we have Ilya Shimchik back on the line. So I know you said that you didn't do too much to your software for today, but how do you think the race went down even so?
Yeah, I think everything went very good for us and we showed a good result, and also I believe that the today's performance is also enough to show good result, and also I think that our software showed how it's stable and it's okay to different variation of obstacles with different speed, with different time of life on the track, so it's good. But as I said, we know what we need to improve, and there is a lot of things that's still to be done, and we are far away from like real racing because we see it from inside, and actually that's what we will be working on for the next weeks.
Okay, I mean, I obviously you guys have such great results, but you keep saying that there's a lot of things that you want to improve on. Are you able to divulge like specifically what some of those things are?
Yeah, I mean,
in terms that we would understand.
Yeah, for example, based on this race, we see that sometimes we switch to the follow mode because our cars, I mean, our AI decided that it's not enough space to overtake, and it's better to be more safe and follow the ghost car. So we believe that in some cases we can be more risky and overtake the car. So for example, here there was like probably 1 or 2 cases when we did not overtake, but possibly there was room for overtaking, or we can overtake it earlier. That's one of the things to work. And another thing that's we need to work on lower level controller to understand or to deal better with controlling the car at the limits of handling.
Okay. It's interesting that you say some of those things too, that the car would maybe be in follow mode versus trying to overtake. Andy was talking about this during your race. At one point, there was a ghost car and there was some loot, and it almost seemed like your car was waiting for the ghost car to get out of the way to pick up the loot and then overtake. Do you remember when that happened, and do you know what was going on that moment specifically?
So specifically, I actually didn't remember this, but yeah, generally the thing is following. So we are follow the car and car deciding where it's better to overtake, and we quite understand and we can predict where the car will be, the ghost car will be, and based on our prediction we can decide where it's better to overtake. So shall we go for inner radius or inner turn, or should we go to outer of the turn and overtake? So based on this and then we'll compare like different options and do the overtaking. In this particular case, it seems that our AI understands that it's not quite enough room for overtake, and knowing and our prediction of the position of the ghost car said us that probably it's not good enough to overtake now, and that's why we decided to wait.
Okay, that makes sense. And last question, we've seen some really big improvements from some of these other teams, Graz and PoliMOVE specifically. How much pressure are you feeling from them, knowing that there is quite a bit of time from now until the next mission and the next round? Do you worry about them catching up, or do you only focus on what you guys need to do?
So actually, it's 50-50. I mean, of course, we are quite worried about it, but we believe that that doesn't make sense to worry about this, because we need to focus on our improvement and focus on our software, on our stack, and it's probably not productive way to just worry. So we need to analyze, we need to think how we can improve our software. We look on other teams, and we look maybe not from the purpose of worrying about them, but from the person of how we can be better and what should be improved, or what tactics, what algorithms they're using, they're applying on their cars, and that's what we are looking for in other teams.
Okay, great. Well, a little healthy competition never hurt anyone. So looking forward to what you guys have in store moving forward. And thanks so much for today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, really, really impressive, wasn't it, from Ilya and from the team Acronis SIT. Give you away information there, and we'll bring it to you when we get it a little bit later on.
Well, that was another intriguing performance today from KP Transmission. That is wild setup they have. I hope they don't plug the wrong wire into the wrong thing, because it could all just blow up, I think. But if you want to hear more from her, check her out at cargocollective.com/Karina Kazarian. All sorts of information and where you can find more of her music there.
Yeah.
2 more teams to go, Matthew.
To go in round 10, yes, that's right. And the penultimate team to take to the track over at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway will be these guys, Arrival Racing.
Team Arrival Racing are arguably one of the most experienced teams in Roborace, having been part of the competition since the very beginning. They were a strong contender in the 2019 Season Alpha Championship, taking wins through the year and growing into one of the top teams. Arrival Racing proved they have the speed and reliability, adapting well to the metaverse, and fighting for the top place in the championship all season. Expect them to be fast from the first lap.
Well, we're joined now by Racing Team Prince Alexey Skabelkin. They some kind of a continuation of recent weeks for you guys. A few little issues, some potential we saw on track as well. What have you got lined up for us today?
Yeah, actually, we finally discovered the issue with our speed profile calculation, which caused the root of which was the root of these problems we saw yesterday on the very first run. Unfortunately, we didn't have a time to fully develop the fix and test it on the simulator. That's why for now we were spending a lot discussing our strategies, and for now we have 2 of them. Both of them have some kind of pros and cons, and one of them are a bit risky, and we want to try it first. And if something goes wrong, we have a bit more safer strategy.
Okay, so we're going to see one run potentially would be aborted if the strategy doesn't work, and then you've got a backup strategy if you need to do a second run. Is that what we...
Yes,
yeah,
so this is yeah, absolutely right. So it might go something might go wrong on the very first run, but we'll see.
Okay. And without going into too much detail, is these issues that you're having this weekend, Alexey, are they kind of long-standing things, or are these issues that have cropped up as a result of the ghost cars and the additional complications that's brought along with it?
Yeah, so this definitely connected stuff. We introduced speed profile and trajectory calculations more accurately, let's say.
Okay. Well, not long now till you take to the track, so we'll let you get back to your download, Alexey, and we wish you the very best of luck today. You've not had much of it so far in recent weeks, so let's hope things change for you today.
Thank you very much. See you.
Skabelkin with Arrival, who says, today's the day. Maybe. 2 strategies up their sleeve. They're going to start with the riskier one. What do you make of kind of their path they've been on in the past few weeks? Granted, they finished around yesterday, but it wasn't quite the performance they were hoping for, but at least they didn't get a DNF.
Yeah, which has kind of become the pattern, hasn't it, of late, that they've been taking too many risks and not finishing, and that means they're losing so many points. They're over 1,000 behind SIT now, which, this late into the season, that could be a bit too steep of a mountain to climb, but it's typical Arrival, isn't it? They say they've got two strategies. They've got an aggressive one, and then they've got a slightly less risky one. And it's typical Arrival to say that they're going to go for the risky one first and just see what happens. And then if they have to rein it back in, then that's what they're going to do. I'm not convinced that's the right thing to do, in all honesty. I still say that they should just be banking points. They know that if they go out there and just do the bare minimum, they should be able to get into the top 3 and really the top 2 based on the pace that they've shown earlier on this season. I don't really understand why they're taking all of these risks. And then, yet I do understand, because they're here, they're striving for the best, they're trying to stay on a par with SIT, and they realise that they're going to have to push a little bit just to keep up with the Austrian team, who are dominating things at the moment. They've had a series of issues over recent rounds, quite honestly. It's been quite well documented what happened to them a few weeks ago here at Las Vegas, where they were going a little bit slower than SIT, so they abandoned the run, and then their second attempt, that resulted in a DNF. Then they spun off the track spectacularly at exit corner in round 8. They reset, went again, and then they drove off the circuit trying to collect a bit of loot. So in having to get 2 seconds taken off their time, they ended up going off the road and losing any points that they might have gained. Now, yesterday's 9th round was a little bit more successful, although they did have a bit of a bumpy start. The car spun. Those of you who tuned in yesterday will remember this, I'm sure. The car spun at turn 2 on the very first lap. They just seemed to be carrying a bit too much speed into the corner, a bit offline on the dirty side of the road. And before they could even get to the first of the ghost cars, their car, their DevBot, was pointing the wrong way, and they had to abort the first run. Now, on attempt number 2, though, they were finally, for the first time in recent memory, able to complete a run. And during that run, they made 6 overtakes. So they did manage to get 6 slots of bonus time taken off their total. However, none of them were clean overtakes. They made contact with, I think, all or certainly most of the ghost cars that they overtook. Although they were 20 seconds, they were losing 30 seconds with everyone that across. When improve on that in no, certainly it sounds like they're going to try, and that might mean that it ends up going completely wrong, but at least they tried, and there is something admirable about that, I suppose. Now, their pace yesterday, as I said, was half decent. Their clear time was reasonably competitive, but only actually they were the 5th quickest team as far as their clear time was concerned. And I think that they finished 4th yesterday in round number 9. I think that's the first time that they have finished podium in and they've actually not had a D. That makes sense. So obviously they're finished and they've non-finished, but usually if Arrival and they're in the top as a bare minimum. Yesterday wasn't the case. They were down in 4th with the 5th quickest clear time. So they know they've got to find something new now in order to not only take the fight to SIT, but to the rest of the teams as well. Remember that coming into today's 10th round of the championship, Arrival are joint second in the points with Autonomous Racing Graz. So I'll be comparing them, of course, to SIT. They're the pace setters, but really the fight here is to see whether or not they can beat Autonomous Racing Graz. ARG's total time with Metaverse score added was 5 minutes 16.1. So that's the first target for Arrival. If they can beat ARG, then there's a chance that they could move back into second place on their own merit, rather than having a share of it with ARG. And then if they can beat SIT, then that would be even more exciting, and that would be an even better result. This London team, Roborace Racing, arguably the most experienced team in Roborace history. You may remember they were the team responsible for the first ever autonomous run up the Goodwood Hill climb back in 2018. So motorsport fans among you may well have seen Arrival Racing in action a few years ago. That definitely generated quite a buzz around Roborace. It is astonishing to see how far we've come from then. You know, it's just one car going up, you know, a mile and a bit's worth of road, essentially driving up someone's driveway in the English countryside. And now here we are in the deserts of Las Vegas. They've got a proper racetrack to negotiate with lots of challenging corners, high speeds, and we've got flying dolphins and loot items for them to collect. The metaverse now really starting to come into its own. And all of this rate of improvement, not just from the teams, but from Roborace itself, over a relatively short period of time, just a few years, really. Right, Arrival Racing then. The UK team are into autonomous mode, and we're good to go here then. Our 5th team of the day. Can they snap second place in the championship back away from Autonomous Racing Graz? Well, the car is off the line. It heads into the first corner, and let's see exactly what this risky strategy is for Arrival. Is it going to be enough to get them back into the points-paying positions? Well, they're collecting some loot already, and look at that. They blast straight around the outside. Look at that. 7 loot in one corner, and they got a successful overtake. Arrival Racing mean business today. They are not happy with being knocked off the podium yesterday, and they have come out fighting today. Love it. This is exactly what we wanted to see. The time and the negative now, because they've just saved so much time just through the first 2 corners, and only now back into, well, 10, 11, 12 seconds as they work their way around the lap. That was, talk about jumping out of the blocks quickly. That was incredible. Now, can they keep it up, though? Can they keep that up without it all going wrong for another 3.5 laps? Well, this is the next test. A ghost car ahead, and they have to stop to avoid hitting it. They tried to make the pass look before the chicane, and it didn't work. And then in the end, the car decides, do you know what? It's slowing down. I'm just going to go for it. It's straight through the go. They get hit, but critically, they still got it. And that's interesting because it means that the AI was deciding there that it was worth taking the hit in order to get those 20 seconds back, rather than sitting slowly behind the ghost car, losing time, and then not getting your bonus. Because remember, eventually the ghost car disappears, and if you haven't passed it by that point, you lose your chance to get your 20 seconds back. Ooh, another hit there with the Dolphin as they go through the first couple of corners, but another loot item is added to the basket now. So that is a total of 16 seconds being saved with the loot, 40 seconds being saved by the overtake, but then they do have 90 seconds being added on because of the 3 hits. So all that means, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, that the total time is up around 2.5 minutes now. Remember, the time to beat for Acronis SIT Autonomous was 2 minutes 56. So we're actually almost there already, and we're not even at the end of lap number 2. So it does look as though, as impressive a start as it was for Arrival, maybe second place is the most that they can hope for here. Not counting them out yet, though, because look at this, even more loot being collected as they run to that chicane. Now, can they make the pass soon enough? Oh, no, they're thwarted by that ghost car. And look, the same thing happens. They slow down because they can't make the overtake safely, and then they decide, oh, do you know what, I'm just going to go for it anyway, and they drive through, and they registered way more than 1 hit there, didn't they? Look, because they've got 5 hits now, just through, well, not all of them through that corner, it's 2, maybe 3 of them, just from that 1 ghost car. So this is a really strange one for Arrival. In some ways, they're doing remarkably well. Their loot collection is on another level compared to the other teams. They've got 25. The record so far is 10, set by SIT. But again, although they're adding to their loot, they're adding to me as well. Into the back of the ghost, didn't register. Overtake. You can see the team watching on in the bottom right corner there, and they'll have mixed feelings about this. The speed and commitment, I mean, A star from me. This is really exciting to watch. But they did say this was a risky strategy and that it might not work. Now, the next decision they have to make is whether or not to abort this run. If they've done this before, they did it last time we were here in Las Vegas in round 7. Are they going to decide that they're not happy with this score and that maybe it's better going out for a second go with the slightly less aggressive AI? Well, they've got time still to make them that, and here we go again. Look, it slows down, realises it can't pass safely, and then thinks, oh, okay, well, forget passing safely, we'll just drive through it. And so they do pick up their 20 seconds for an overtake, but they get added on for the hit as well. Because they slowed down, they haven't got to the Dolphin in time at the last call. They are not going to be able to make that overtake. Look at that loot score, 32. That's over a minute they're saving now, just through the loot. did try and put Arrival are really mastering that, aren't they? Oh, another hit there though through that first few corners. Now remember on the first lap when they encountered that ghost car at that particular part of the track, they swung right out wide to the edge of the track to make the pass. They didn't do it that time. They didn't really make any attempt to go through. And I think that's because on lap 1 there was some on the outside, so the car maybe is even prioritising the loop more than it is overtaking the ghost. Could be completely wrong with that. I often will be able to ask the team afterwards and see if that is the case. They're scoring, I think, more time now out of their loot, aren't they, than they are through overtakes. 1 minute and 40 they're saving for overtakes at the moment, and it's just over a minute's worth of loot. Didn't slow down as much, look, for that ghost car this time on the final lap, so it is going to be 6 takes by the looks of it, 11 hits and 32 loot. But look at the time. 7 minutes 45. This is really strange because this seems like it's been one of the best runs of the day. And actually, if that time is the official time they get given as they cross the line now and finish their run, that is not only the slowest time today, that's the slowest time of the week. And that is not what I thought I was going to be saying when they set off like a rocket through a few corners. It's a clear time of 5:33, a total of around 7:59, nearly 8 minutes actually, and well, a lot to unpack after that one.
It's a successful run.
Yeah, it is. Let's see the result time, because right now it's really hard to...
Yes, for sure.
To see.
It's, I think Alex and I were counting, we think either 5 or 6 hits. So we'll see. We should have those results within 20 or 30 minutes. But well done. Completed run today, first time. Everyone's done it first time today, which is great.
Okay. Even seat.
Yeah, everyone's gone first.
Okay. So that was our achievement today.
Exactly. Well, we've got one more team to go for. So
yeah.
That's my jinx for sure.
Okay.
Is a lot. That's the most of anyone so far.
Yeah, true. Okay, yeah, thanks guys very much. Let me know when the car will be available, and
yeah, we're on our way back now. It'll be just about 2 minutes.
Okay, so Pavel, Evgeny, Andrei, thank you very much. I think that's it, basically. We'll see the results on the Twitch stream.
Yeah. Cheers.
Cheers.
Good night.
Good night, guys.
Night.
So Arrival Racing then have given us an awful lot to out after that run. It was fast, it was spectacular, but ultimately not that quick. We'll have all of the reaction to Arrival Racing on the other side of the break.
Okay, we are back with Roborace from Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We just saw Arrival take to the track with a very fast start and a pretty fast time overall. How did the rest of their run go, Matt?
Not very well. Well, actually, I mean, I say that, they seemed quite pleased with it, didn't they? Listening in on the Twitch feed, they were... They sounded pretty satisfied, so it'd be interesting to hear from Alexey. But let's have another look at it. You said it was really aggressive start. They picked up 7 pieces of loot right off the bat and right around the outside as well of the ghost car and an initial overtake. I'm not really sure what went too wrong. I'd be interested to hear from Alexey. As he said, they had aggressive strategy, so we expected this. If it had carried on the way it said, it would have been to say, but it didn't. So yeah, obviously for us to say why that was, but looking forward to hearing what Alexey's got to say.
Yeah, we're going to talk to him in a minute, but before we do, just a few more moments on our Twitch chat. First of all, big shout out to John B. Marine. Welcome to Roborace, and we're glad that you're finding it so fascinating. So thanks for joining us here. Keep tuning in. Follow us as we move forward, and there's a lot of exciting stuff to come here. Okay, and then from @Margot21 asks, how long did the dev bot take to make? Well, from what I understand, because I am new here, the dev bot 1 was the first car that Roborace made, which was around for about 2.5 years. Matt, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but
yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
and
2.5 years. Yeah.
After that, we have this is the newest version, correct? 2.0, DevBot 2.0.
Yeah, exactly. The knowledge is that the first version is something better and safer for continuing on the Roborace plan right now. But as we mentioned before, we had some interesting questions in yesterday that Matt in Race Control was answering and kind of suggesting that DevBot 3.0 is if that all the way eventually out different again, we might see quite as much bounce and perform a different way, and will present a different challenge to the teams. Maybe it will be something that's a bit more like what cars on the road might look like. Maybe it'll be more like a touring car. I don't know. No idea. I'm sure it'll be something completely unique and something completely different, because everything is in Roborace, isn't it? That's the whole point.
Yeah. I don't know what is like private or not, like stuff I'm not supposed to tell you guys or not, but I feel like if you search Roborace on YouTube, you can find a lot of information about what's to come and the new, possibly new progression of our robot cars coming, which is all very interesting. So we, just so you guys know, we've been having some issues with our metaverse today, so we've had to take time to count them. But right now, we have some results from Arrival as well as Arrival's results are in. Okay, so the Arrival Racing boundary checks are still pending, but their metaverse checks are through. So as far as we know, right now, it looks like they picked up a lot of loot, more than anyone today. 32 bits of loot, which is just over a minute of time taken off. 7 hits, 8 overtakes. Their elapsed time of 5:31.977. Total penalties 3.5 minutes and 3 minutes and 44 seconds in rewards, which gives them a result time of 5 minutes 17 seconds at 0.97, and their boundary checks are good and in. So those are the final results for Arrival Racing. Probably better than they expected, but you know what? Right now, let's hear it from the horse's mouth. We've got Alexey back to talk through how it went for them. Okay, well, you said you guys were going to be aggressive, and you were hot out of the gate. Talk us through this run.
Yes, so from our perspective, this run was like pretty successful. The only thing we missed is, I believe, the distance between the object, the ghost car, and our overtake. And if we increase this so-called safety margin, I believe that like Roborace race control will not count our interaction as a hit. So
got you.
Yeah, that's probably the main issue, but we need to check the logs, obviously.
it'll be interesting to see. But you guys looked so good at the start, and it seemed whatever was going on there is what you need to continue to do.
I already told yesterday, we still think that we need more track time, testing time to finalize our software, because we are developing cutting-edge technologies, and it's really hard to debug and catch all the edge cases on the simulator. And previously we had only like couple of runs on the track, and those runs were like useless for us. So this event, this competition, is more like testing session for us, honestly.
Understood, and there hasn't been a ton of time in between these missions either. But what I love about your attitude and your team's attitude is that I think you got the long game, and you're looking forward to the bigger developments as they come. So we're really excited to see how that develops for you. In regards to today, though, what I heard you talking about, I could kind of hear what was going on after the race. You said that you did feel like you achieved something today. So what was that for you?
Okay, so we hit the most of collectibles, as you probably saw in the results, and so we've achieved we've done our race from the first attempt. So as far as I understood, other teams had 2 attempts.
Yeah, no, you definitely did a good job collecting all the loot today, and not a failure. You're not a failure. Okay, don't let that graphic fool you.
Why? Why did it?
I didn't trigger it. Don't blame me.
Who did put that? Tell me the name.
You're not a failure. You guys had an even faster time today, over 30 seconds faster today of your just elapsed time than yesterday. So that's an achievement. And then with all the loot. So congrats on that. And again, we're very much looking forward to seeing what comes from Arrival Racing in the next rounds in just a few weeks. So thanks so much again for today. Congrats to the team and a great job out there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you next time.
Okay. You're not a failure.
Call me Alexey, I'll give you the name. No danger. Time now for the final interlude of Ren, which come Moa Pillar. Teach Moscow Music School. Fedor, going by his proper name, has released multiple albums and featured in a documentary actually as well about his musical journey. If you want to check that, I'm sure it's out there on YouTube or somewhere. Fun fact, Zmeya, as the avatar is known, has a secret compartment for sandwiches. Okay, open your mind for this one. This is Moa Pillar. Open your sandwich boxes too.
Okay, well, that was another great musical performance from one of our live artists here and one of our ghost car drivers, Moa Pillar. If you want to hear more from him, visit moapillar.bandcamp.com. And now earlier, Matt, you were saying in the ghost car that he's got a secret compartment for his sandwiches. What kind of sandwiches do you think that Moa is snacking on during these races?
Ooh, something industrial. So maybe like
a knuckle
the bratwurst. I don't know. I think German industrial kind of bratwurst. Yeah.
Well, I think he's Russian. What kind of sandwiches do they have in Russia?
I have no idea. I don't know, Corey.
Okay.
I have no idea. Should we get back to the driving? Yeah, let's get back to the
Sure.
teams. Okay. One more to go, of course, and that is MIT Driverless.
One of the new kids on the block, this team from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT for short, are making their Roborace debut at Season Beta. Although new to Roborace, they already have some hard-won experience, taking third place during the German leg of the Formula Student Driverless Circuit 2019 and second place during the Italian leg. Fielded from one of the top-ranked universities in the United States, the team has been making huge improvements race after race, and it's surely just a matter of time before they take the top step on the podium.
So MIT Driverless up next. Then we've got Jeana Choi with us on the team. How are you doing, Jeana? Obviously, you're the last guys to run today, which is from yesterday. You were kind of like the guinea pigs, weren't you, yesterday, first out on track? But now you've got the benefit of at least having seen everybody else go out.
Yeah, exactly. So yesterday, since we were first, we didn't really know what to expect, which was why we were a little more conservative. Today, we're planning on going for the collectibles and try to get the fastest clear time.
Okay, and so how confident are you of doing that then? Because as I said, you've seen what the benchmark is. Obviously, Acronis SIT looking really strong this weekend. Are you just going to go all out? Are you going to take a few risks?
Yeah, so I think we are going to be a little more risky in terms of, not trailing behind. If we hit a car, we're going to just plow through it. I think Chris mentioned this yesterday, but we do plan on just kind of ignoring the ghost cars for today. Obviously, for the next race, we plan on developing our spline racer so that it can, dodge and overtake as fast as possible.
I see. Okay, so one more round until we see your spline racer adjust to the ghost cars. So, are we going to see just the one strategy? Because I know that yesterday I think you had a voluntary abort on your first run, and then you made a tactical kind of switch. Are we just going with the one strategy today?
Yeah, we're going. So because we know what to expect now, we're going with like a slightly different strategy. Instead of slowly trailing behind the ghost car, we're just gonna go as fast as possible.
Okay, cool. And then my final question, I guess, really is looking ahead to the next round already. How far off are you, do you think, with the spline racer to make it compatible with the overtaking requirements of Roborace right now?
Yeah, so I think now that we have a better sense of how ghost cars are implemented in Roborace, I think we're fairly confident that we'll have overtaking by next race.
Okay, cool. Well, we'll look forward to that, and we're looking forward to your run as well. So best of luck with that. MIT Driverless, our final team for today, and due out on track very shortly indeed. So stay with us. Thanks, Jeana.
Thank you.
We're back here with Roborace and our race commentator, Andy McEwen, as we get set for our very last and final team of the day, MIT Driverless. We just heard from Gianna from the team, who says they're still working on their overtaking and not sure they're even going to implement any of those strategies today, but they're going to go more for just all the loot and to go fast and get a fast time. So not quite the same as Arrival, but Arrival did get 32 loots today. Is that even accomplishable for a team like MIT?
Well, I didn't think it was going to be accomplishable even for someone like Arrival, honestly. I mean, no one really so far this week have bothered with the loot. It's all of the focus has been on, avoiding these ghost cars. So, yeah, we're probably not going to see that from MIT, but what I hope we will see is a faster run than yesterday. I think yesterday MIT kind of fell into the same trap that Arrival did today, which is that they were slowing right down to try and avoid these ghost cars, and then hitting them anyway. So then you've got a double whammy. You're losing time because you're going slowly, and then you start losing time through penalties because you're hitting ghost cars. And we did hear Chris, when he spoke to Matt and Corey after yesterday's race, say that in all likelihood today, they were just going to go for it. Just forget about the ghost cars. Don't slow down. Don't try and avoid them. Just go as fast as you can. It's not going to be a winning strategy, but it should at least mean that they don't finish so far off the pace. Yesterday, MIT were not the slowest team, but they were only about 5 seconds quicker than Pisa, who were the slowest team in round number 9. Pisa again at the moment languishing at the bottom of the board, but every single team today have gone quicker than they went yesterday. So MIT are going to have to step their game up a bit if they want to avoid being at the bottom of the pile at the end of round number 10. Championship-wise, MIT are only 200 points ahead of Pisa as well. So this is an important round, this, for both of those teams. We had a couple of these quite close championship battles. Arrival and ARG were tied on points. Looks like ARG are going to get better of them. And then you had Pisa and MIT that were pretty close as well. On that point, actually, about Arrival and Autonomous Racing Graz are third at the moment. So as things stand, Graz would score 100 points more than Arrival. That would move them into second place in the championship. The only thing that can stop them now is MIT. If MIT can get ahead of them, it knocks ARG off the podium, and it means that neither ARG or Arrival would score any extra points today. So MIT could have quite a say here in not only their own future, but also what happens to some of the teams that have already been and gone and are ahead of them in the points table. So MIT Driverless then, who yesterday, as Matt was saying there in the pre-race interview, they completed one lap in their first attempt and then chose to abort that. They said they just wanted to trial the new systems before going for a proper go on their second attempt. On that second attempt, they did struggle to overtake those ghost cars. It's something they'd anticipated would be a problem. They did ponder the idea of trialling a new strategy today, which would allow them to sort of trail the cars from further behind. It won't necessarily help them overtake, but it would have helped them sort of not hit the ghost cars. But I think, as we've seen from a few teams, like I was just touching upon, that tactic doesn't really work. You lose too much time by going slowly. You may as well just go as fast as you can, take the penalties, and finish with at least the fastest clear time possible. So far, the fastest clear time actually set by Autonomous Racing Graz. That was a 5 minutes 20, and then they shaved another 4 seconds off that because of their Metaverse score. So the final time that we'll have to see the DevBot 2.0 in action this week here in Mission 4.0, round number 10, MIT Driverless into autonomous mode. The car launches off the line, and our one remaining American team in the championship race towards the first corner. So we're not expecting them to avoid that ghost car. And of course, what do? They avoid it. That was fantastic. So I don't know why that didn't register as an overtake, because it looked like an overtake to me. They pulled well offline. They picked up 8 loot. That's better even than Arrival did. Remember, Arrival got 7 loot in the first corner, and somehow MIT have got 8. Have they just pulled the wool well and truly over our eyes and told us that they weren't going to be scoring well from the metaverse, and now they're actually going to go out there and maybe outscore the others? Well, early days at the moment, but this is an impressive start for MIT Driverless. Of course, it's worth pointing out that Arrival had a strong start and then ended up going downhill after that. They do hit that next ghost car, so that is one overtake, but it wasn't a clean overtake, so they will suffer a 10-second penalty in total for that. And another one here right in the way, but they're really keeping the speed up here. This first lap time is going to be somewhere around 1.25 minutes, which has got to be down there with one of the fastest individual laps that we've seen so far today. Across the line they go. Yeah, about 1 minute and 15 or 16 seconds that first lap. MIT Driverless going for speed, but remember they've saved 16 seconds, make that now 18 seconds just through the loop that they've picked up, and they're not slowing down at all here to avoid the ghost cars. Some will say that it's maybe not in the spirit of the competition, but as long as there's been sport, there has been teams that have found ways around the rules or found ways to exploit the rules in the best way possible, and it is completely legal for MIT to do this and just decide to ignore the metaverse, or at least the obstacles anyway. But interesting to see that the car was moving offline earlier on to try and collect the loot. Let's see if they do it again now. Yeah, they're picking up more loot, so the loot record is 32. And although I told Corey just now that I didn't think we'd see anybody beat that, I might have to eat my words, because look at this, we're not even halfway through, and MIT Driverless are up to 25 loot. That's 50 seconds saved so far, plus they've had 3 overtakes and a 4th one coming up here. Yes, they're making contact with these overtakes, but still, they take 20 seconds off the time for each one. So that is now 80 seconds of overtakes plus 50 seconds of time saved through the loot. And all of this means that they are only adding about 20 seconds total onto their time at the moment. More loot there gets smashed as they go through the first few corners, and they're now up to 28 loot items, only 4 shy now of what Arrival Racing did. As I said, this won't be a winning strategy, but could it knock ARG off the podium? That's the real significance here. I think SIT and PoliMOVE are fairly safe in first and second, but could MIT beat Autonomous Racing Graz? If they're going to, they need a total time that is less than 5 minutes 16. We're on the 3rd lap, we're up to 3 minutes 30 now. It's going to be touch and go, this. You have to anticipate they're going to pick up a few more penalties before the end, but they're also going to try and get some more loot as well. Oh, that was another hit there. Those 7 hits now on the board. And again, that one didn't register as an overtake. Where are they going to catch this next ghost car? Just coming out of the tight chicane. I doubt they'll be able to avoid it. They might. No, they just clipped it on the way through, but it does count as an overtake this time. So on to the final lap. This is going to be very, very tight indeed. They are at 4 minutes and 43. So yeah, they're not going to beat Graz at this straight. And Graz, remember, are only 1.8 seconds ahead of Arrival Racing. So MIT are going to be hard pushed now to break into the top 3 or even 4 positions, really. But can they snatch 5th place away from the Università di Pisa? That seems an awful lot more likely. They are on to their final lap. Pisa's total time was a 6 minutes 51.9. And I would be amazed if MIT failed to beat that score, quite frankly. Won't score them any points. You have to be in the top 3 overall at the end of the event to score the extra points. But as far as bragging rights go, they can at least say that they were not the slowest team out there. 28 loot then. Can they beat Arrival's score of 32 loot? I don't think they will now, because I don't think there is too much more loot for them to collect through the final few corners. They get 1 more overtake in, so it looks like they're going to end with 10 hits and 7 overtakes, with 28 loot items in their pocket, though. That is a pretty impressive effort here from MIT Driverless. Certainly more than I expected to see out of them. Out of the final corner they come, then the blast towards the finish line. They cross the line, they break the timing beam, and provisionally that is a total time of 6:38.6. So 6:38.6 would put them ahead of the Università di Pisa. A clear time, though, of 4:54. That is quite considerably the fastest clear time that we've seen so far today. So, yes, we know that was always the target. They were just going for speed rather than accuracy. And although it hasn't won them the event, it certainly was fun to watch.
Know what your elapsed time is.
Thanks a lot, Matt.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for making it 6 for 6. Appreciate it.
Yeah. So I think we didn't get as many collectibles as Arrival because we were just going faster.
and we decided that they weren't worth slowing down for.
Yeah, I mean, your top speed was 20 kph faster than arrival,
Yeah.
so that makes a lot of sense. I mean, your elapsed time was 35 seconds faster, so yeah, probably worked out for the best.
Yeah, the metagame this mission has been very weird because the ghost cars, it's easy to clip them. I presume with actual like reactive ghost cars, it'd be better because they'd have to slow down for you if you're about to overtake them, so you wouldn't clip them as often.
Yeah, it depends a little bit on what we kind of come up with for the actual kind of more racing regulations when you've got two kind of intelligent cars racing each other. But yeah, obviously if you're kind of alongside, then a kind of a proper car wouldn't turn in and hit you.
Yeah. So we've been doing Spline Racer multi-agent tests, and one car configured with lower parameters than the other, and there's some pretty cool behavior, and they slow down for each other, so it's kind of, they're respectful of the fact that they're going to be overtaken no matter what, so it doesn't have to be adversarial.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm hoping we can get onto that, as soon as the next event, maybe even actually kind of having two intelligent cars racing each other. Maybe just in the simulator, or one on track and one in the sim.
Yeah, that's I think the whole setup with Hive for the ghost cars slowed us down for this event, but it's a good investment for running some simulated cars at the same time as some normal cars.
Yeah, I guess so. I think that's kind of what the drive was for doing that rather than just kind of a replay. So yeah, next event should be interesting, hopefully.
So there you have it then, our final team of the day, our final team of Mission 4.0 has run, but don't go anywhere. We'll have all the reaction to MIT's run and confirmation of who our winner is after the break.
Okay, guys, we're back. Thank you again for your patience. Back.
We are back, and I think we're going to be able to just kind of assess everything that's happened today, Corey, and bring up the results. Obviously, the results have been another issue for us today, but we've got on top of that right now, and here we go. As you can see, Acronis SIT with that result time of 2 minutes 56.392. I'm not even sure we confirmed that earlier, but what a sensational result that was for Acronis SIT. And just to confirm, MIT Driverless, they were our last team on track. They ended up finishing third, 17 seconds off PoliMOVE, who are second again. And PoliMOVE really arguably the stars of the show this weekend, even though they didn't take a win. And maybe Acronis SIT will disagree with that, Corey, because yesterday and today they really raised the bar.
Absolutely. And then, of course, we're seeing MIT Driverless results as well. And congratulations, Chris, what an amazing run. And it looks like you guys are taking a podium today. That must feel great. Yes.
Oh, of course it is. I guess our strategy paid off. Like, I mean, okay, we were pretty lucky to get that one collision-free overtake. And of course, like, that was entirely accidental. But, even a broken clock is correct twice a day. We're just happy that we just managed to beat Graz by just 36 milliseconds. Like, that's the icing on the cake, Hats off to them.
That
though.
was super close. Sorry.
Yeah, no, hats off to Graz for completing like 3 collision-free overtakes. But I guess our strategy of go fast and collect just the loot, kind of worked pretty well. Yeah, kind of pumped to have set the speed record too, so.
Yeah, you guys were definitely super fast today. And to be honest, we weren't really sure what to expect when you were going in. And When we talked to Gianna earlier, she's just like, we're just going to go for speed and just plow through. But it seemed like, at least on that first ghost car, it looked almost successful. So what do you guys do moving forward now that you actually have the time to make those big tweaks? I heard you guys talking after about that as well.
Oh yeah, for the last month we've been working really hard on some new developments, but they just weren't ready for this race, right? We're hoping that it'll be ready for next race. There are a lot of top secret projects that I would rather not explain here, but a lot of new changes that will help us be able to handle situations as complex as overtaking ghost cars.
Okay, well, you never know what the metaverse is going to throw at you either, so definitely be prepared for that, but be prepared for the unexpected, like flying dolphins or apparently sharks with freaking laser beams on their head. Those might be a thing. Who knows? What will you do then?
Are they going to shoot at the cars? Because if so, that's kind of a lot.
I'm not really sure. Gary Day, I'm getting the 28 who just signed a rival, which at 32 we thought no one could even come close, but you guys certainly did. And with that time significantly faster than yesterday. So congrats again, and thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was cool. That was one of my moments of the whole couple of days. That was seeing MIT collect 8 loot in the first turn and accidentally make a clean overtake. That was brilliant. Always good to speak to Chris as well. Chip Pankow joins us now, Chief Championship Officer for Roborace. Great to see you, Chip. Hey, congrats again. Yesterday was good. Today was awesome. We saw everybody raise the bar again, I think, didn't we, really?
Yeah, I mean, I think the real story here is really close racing. SIT, Acronis kind of killed it, but really close racing for all the other teams.
It was really exciting, Chip, to see everyone take those significant leaps forward. And now we look forward to what's next for Roborace. Is there anything you can tell us about what might be in store for the next mission?
It's going to be more traffic. It's going to be more ghost cars, and with that more chaos. I mean, the big thing that we saw today is that the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard are the ones that didn't make mistakes. They didn't hit the ghost cars, and that's what the other teams really need to work on. They have to work on their accuracy, and they need to work on their path planning so they can go around those ghost cars rather than through those ghost cars. So that's where the focus is going to be, and particularly when they have a pack in front of them, they're really going to have to do that. So the strategy of kind of trying to go through them, that won't work in the next round.
Okay.
Now that's the beauty. That's what you guys can do, Chip. You can kind of adjust this as you go along and see what team strategies are, and then make it more, actually condition the circumstances for the next round to make it more tricky.
Yeah, and that's what season beta is all about, and that's kind of the fun part of what we do is we've got a lot of smart people out there on the teams, and it's kind of fun to get into these little chess matches with them.
How good has it been to see PoliMOVE step up as well, Chip? Sorry, Corey. They've been here. We've got Ilya in now. Let's switch our attention back to Acronis SIT. I was about to ask you about PoliMOVE there, but there's no doubt that SIT have stolen the show again over the last 2 days. Ilya, you obviously had little areas of improvement that you identified yesterday. Did you find all of those areas of improvement today? Was that the perfect performance from you guys?
Not the perfect performance from our side, so we see that. I mean, look at the MIT run. So they really show a good performance, good speed, top speed, a good cornering speed. So we need to improve this way. And what else? I believe there is a lot of teams shows their progress, and just to compare like yesterday round and today's round, there is huge movement, huge performance, and huge difference between for several teams, and it's great to see it.
Do you think, Ilya, that now that you have a significant amount of time, whereas in between these two missions it was only a few weeks and now it's more like 6 weeks, does that give you guys even more of an advantage? How do you best use that time?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's very important that we have a really good amount of time to work, but most importantly is that we have additional testing during this time, and probably right now we are planning to have not only one test day but several test days, and during those test sessions we can like improve and find the limits of our car and increase the performance, increase the cornering speed, increase the braking, acceleration, etc.
Great.
What have
Chip,
you made of the competition as well, Ilya, this last couple of days? As Chip said, obviously you guys were a step ahead, but it's tightening up, isn't it? And the competition is getting more intense as well. Not just the challenges on track for you, also your rivals too that you got to take into consideration.
Yeah, definitely. It's and you see the small improvement. I mean, for example, I believe for rivals they need to just take into the account their some like margins, the distance for additional distance for the braking, and then they will not hit the objects, and then there will be less time penalties for them, and the competition will become even closer.
I'm just really excited to see the Instagram post of you guys all dancing because you won. That's my favorite thing on the Roborace Instagram.
Well, that's coming up very soon, actually, Corey. But before we get to that, Chip, would you like to do the honours once again to Ilya?
Yeah, once again, Ilya, this is getting to be a regular thing. So congratulations to you and your entire team. I think I saw on the Twitch feed somebody just posted a masterclass, and it was. So we will look forward to throwing new challenges your way in Mission 5 and seeing what you do with it. But again, awesome job. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Chip. It's actually like it's really huge effort from each team member. So I would like also to thank like each team member that's like put a lot of hours to do this progress. And also I would like to mention like one special thanks to our team member that he has a birthday yesterday. So like just best of wishes to him.
So who's that?
And I believe he has a good. Sorry.
What's his name?
Oh, it's Maxime.
Maxime.
Oh, Maxime. Happy birthday. Yeah.
Well, happy birthday, Maxime.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thanks, Ilya. Thanks, Chip. Let's bring Andy back in now then. And happy birthday to Maxime, of course. What about you, Andy? What were your highlights today? For me, again, a lot to unpack. So much fun stuff happened out there on track today. Yep.
Went out there that they didn't really have high expectations. They weren't really going to do too well with the metaverse, and in one corner they got 8 loot and they somehow snuck onto the podium now. And that's really made the championship quite interesting because SIT still have this big lead in the points, but then Arrival and ARG are tied for second. They're 400 points ahead of MIE, who are now up into 4th position. They're actually right in the fight to make it into the top 2 in the championship. So yeah, SIT looking strong, but behind them all bets are off.
For me, it was so interesting to see it from round 9 to round 10, just the significant changes that all these teams made in such a short amount of time. What do you think is achievable in the weeks to come? And who do you see taking giant leaps? Because a few of these teams actually need giant leaps to be taken at this point.
Yeah,
and Team Pisa
funny, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, go on, Matt.
Yeah, no, sorry, I was just going to chip in. It's funny because sometimes things that look like a giant leap aren't, and sometimes things that aren't a giant leap are, if you know what I mean, because it might be a small thing in the software. So it's really difficult to judge, isn't it, from just how close the teams are to really nailing it, and we kind of, I guess, have to take their word for it. But Ilya just touched on it just then, didn't he? That if it wasn't for a couple of penalties for a couple of teams, if it wasn't for the braking issues that a couple of them had as well, then especially Arrival, then things would have been much, even more close. So difficult to say, and because we don't know what's going to go on with the metaverse as well, Corey. I would say that really, Andy, it's hard to say, isn't it? But I think they are going to be closer though next time.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to be interesting to see what this metaverse is. I was really excited to hear what Chip said there. There's going to be more ghost cars, and overheard some conversation as well between Race Control and one of the teams earlier saying that the ghost cars are going to be even harder to overtake in the past. They might start defending and actually racing wheel to wheel with the dev bots. So yeah, that is absolutely what I signed up for with Roborace. I can't wait to see that. And yeah, the rest of season beta is looking pretty tasty.
I'll take a bite of that. Well, it's been awesome getting to come back with you guys here for Roborace Mission 4. So thanks for having me, and congrats to all the teams for doing such a killer job out there.
Perfectly put, Corey. Thanks for your company, and Andy as well. Cheers, guys. Hopefully catch up next time. Take care. All right, so that's all the action from Las Vegas for today, at least here at the Motor Speedway. Special thanks once again to our 4 incredible artists, KP Transmission, Tate, DJ Kassir, and Moa Pillar. If you enjoyed that stuff, then do check out their websites. And also to our resident DJ, Misha Grigoriev, who's been creating the soundscape for all of Mission 4. Join us in June for round 11 and 12 of the Roborace Season Beta Championship, where we'll have version 2.0 of Ghost Car. Looking forward to that. More live music and, of course, more robots racing on track. But from all of us, goodbye for now. We'll see you next time. Good night.